Hello, everybody, and well met. If this is your first time tuning on to the channel, my name is Graham, or Graham Crackers, and I am your host for this lovely, lovely day. Today, we are once more resuming our D&D 5e campaign, Goldshine Investigations, where tonight I'm going to be playing Gaheris Neros Blackmont, your Oath of Conquest Tiefling Paladin, and brother to Ivron. Let's see. Have we done a character description time in a while? I don't think we have. So, a little bit about Gaheris. He has a pair of curling horns and blue tiefling skin, dark hair, and a little bit of a mustache at this point. We've been playing for a while, and he's dressed in some dark plate armor and wields a scary, scary looking sword. And what I'd love to know is from my fellow fantastic co-streamers, who are you playing? Who are you? And what does your character look like?
Well, hey, glad you asked, Graham. I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, the Water Genasi cleric rogue, um, who is, I believe, not the shortest party member, but second from the shortest. He's about 5'8", 5'9", got a sort of darker blue skin, got a couple piercings off on a shopping trip with Israel at one point. So a couple piercings in one ear. Well, I think two in one ear and one in the other. He has too many blades. He really doesn't use them. Wears mithril armor under some leather. It's kind of like a mithril splint light, and has a long black cloak with a engraving of a rat encircling a trident. And he's joined by the aforementioned Israel.
Hello, hello. It is I, Kari. I will be playing Israel this evening, the Fae Pact half-elf warlock. And she is a 5'10" half-elf with very dark, like definitely black, but on sort of the browner side of black, not a blue black. She wears her hair in two French braids that bleed into one towards the back, nice pulled back and neat. She has this golden brown skin, and she has a it's not a scowl, but it's definitely that sort of grim, concerned, solemn look that you see often on male protagonists, like in things, say, The Witcher. You know, that look, the broody look. But she's pretty tall, again, 5'10", thin, athletic sort of build, and she is wearing a combination of mostly leather and cloth at the moment. She's got new studded leather, actually, so she's got some nice studs there, and also has her warm winter clothes on, so she has plenty of wool and fur garments that she is currently wearing. And I shall hand it off to Derek.
Hi, everyone. I'm Derek Sword. I play Griaz Bramblepelt, who is a bugbear rogue and druid. And since we're talking about height, Griaz is probably the tallest because he's close to 7 feet tall when he stands at his full height, but he often doesn't. He hunches over a little bit because he's a little roguey. So Griaz has this really dark brown fur. Parts of his body that aren't covered in fur have almost gray mottled look to them. He's got these really piercing yellow eyes, and a lot of his fur is braided in certain places with like beads or little kind of like trinkets braided into it. The other parts that aren't braided almost seem like they're growing bits of moss and swamp type plants just in random places. He is also dressed in some nicer studded leather that he's not really used to having something as nice as this is. So he has a pair of kind of goofy goggles, like almost steampunk looking goggles that he wears around his neck and weirdly enough uses somewhat frequently. Other than that, he carries a couple of bags, has a few knives on him. The most identifying thing, though, is going to be his shield, which looks normal until you look a little bit closer and notice it's kind of moving a little bit, maybe has a mouth on it, and then it tries to bite you, and holy shit, it's a mimic. And yeah, that's his good buddy Junior, who often takes the form of a shield. Currently in this cold weather, is hiding in his backpack. But yeah, that is I guess that's Grias. I'm trying to think if there's anything else notable about it. He has a shotgun, but he doesn't often like keep it on his hip or anything. So yeah, that's Grias Bramblefelt. And I will hand it off to the incredible Jeremy.
Thank you, Derek. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure to play the Protector Asimar, Oath of Devotion Paladin, Ivron Blackmont, the silver-haired Hell Knight, brother to Geharis Nerthos of House Blackmont. And to describe my character, I'm trying to think back as to what I said before. I believe he stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, and is a very athletic build with broad shoulders. He has flawless fair skin, almost pale in complexion, and deep, piercingly bright gold eyes. His hair, again, is in a silver sheen, and I would say probably hangs well past where it originally did, around his shoulders. Neatly groomed, save for one braid, which I believe Israel helped him with. And because winter is here, he has begun to grow out his beard. Other than that, he's still strikingly attractive, divinely so, as some might put it. And wearing the original gear he carried when he first started, chainmail in the Hell Knight's regalia, great sword and a longbow, as well as his regular satchel and backpack. I will now pass it off to our wonderful GM, Matt.
That's me. I'm Matt, your DM, and I will be playing everyone else. I will not describe what everyone looks like, as that would take far too long. But with that, are we ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
Yes.
Okay. When we last left off, the party, having settled their affairs and gotten them in order in Jor, negotiated, and the party puts their plan to potentially capture the Children of Red Sight instigator of the other cult members. The party has nothing to do but wait, so decided to take up a few quests on the questing board to pass the time, as this party is never one to let their time waiting be uneventful. And heading into the Kipling jungle to follow up needs of a hydra, a lycanthrope, people going missing around a strange tower, and a red dragon being sighted soaring the coastline. On investigating further, the dragon accosted the party and demanded all of their food, water, and valuables, but the party discovered that this was no dragon. This was simply a mechanical suit piloted by thousands of goblins, who eventually relented and surrendered to the party following their clever battle tactics, and revealed the nature of their situation, that they were a mere goblin colony operating in the area before stumbling across refugees from Zydan who were fleeing something that they called the Soul Wave, or the Soul Tide, which came from the wasteland around their city, and in order to escape it, fled to these mysterious underwater ruins, where the goblins, using this suit, go to the surface, gather food and supplies for the refugees, and fly them back down. Utaka has gone on ahead to investigate the city, but unbeknownst to Utaka, this city was constructed during the Second Age of the world, where the people who built it were at war with the conquesting, bloodthirsty Atlanteans. whose modern descendants have a more than passing resemblance to what would be considered a water genasi. With Utaka potentially risking the wrath of the long since fallen into disrepair defenses that seek to protect this city from its ancient enemies, the party has to repair the dragon suit that they broke and get down there and get to Utaka's aid before Utaka ends up in a crossfire of an ancient war that has been thousands of years ended. With that, Utaka, as you slip out of the winding pipelines and gateways that connect that garage entryway of sorts that you came in through, you can hear the sounds of the panicking and aggravated machines behind you, so you know you don't have a whole lot of time to waste, but they're rather big and clunky. It'll take them some time to get through here, whereas you got through here very fast. With that said, you take a moment to get a bearing on your surroundings. All around you are towering buildings, but not like any buildings you know. Buildings you're mostly familiar with are ones of stone, wood, maybe in more well-off areas, the occasional brick and mortar. The buildings you're seeing are made of this unusual looking, almost metallic-like stone. All of the buildings have this kind of odd shine to them that you're very unfamiliar with. And you can see that every floor is dotted with windows, far more than most buildings you're used to would typically have. And you can see these buildings scale all the way up from the sea floor to the top of this underwater dome. And interconnecting these like clustered skyscrapers are roads that are lifted up into the air by pillars of stone and connected into each other in this winding network of confusing labyrinthian pathways. And the whole city glistens with this strange light. You initially think it's possibly be something like fairy fire, but looking at it, it appears to be coming off of these odd tubes that are connected to some of the buildings and give off this intense, colorful light. It doesn't appear to have any magic on it, and you didn't the structure of the so you can't make heads or tails of what happened. You can hear some distant ambient chatter. It sounds like you're not alone down here. However, you can also see the lights and hear the footsteps of other automatons patrolling the streets. However, as you take a moment to get your bearings, you do notice that activity of them is relatively low. With okay, as you get a bearing on your surroundings, what would you like to do?
I think I want to cast Enhance Ability and maybe make myself a little stealthier, because I don't think I like what just happened back there.
All right.
Those things. And since there's more of them around here, I don't know. So he will do that and kind of like crouch down as he's getting a bearing and like looking up these skyscrapers. And do the buildings just kind of like start? Because he's at the edge of the dome?
Yeah, you came in through, you can see that there is a big gateway in front of you, although it is open and not forbidding you entry, but the language written on it is one that you do not speak, and you imagine very few can, given how old this place seems to be. But yes, you appear to be at what is effectively the entryway into this city. The buildings closest to you are a little bit smaller, but even they are much taller than you're used to. Everything in the city makes you feel very small and out of place.
All right. Then he would like to, being stealthy, do the smartest thing he can do and enter the city towards the buildings.
Okay. Make me a stealth check.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm glad that was an advantage because one of those was a 2. Um, so that's going to be a 23.
Okay. Utaka, glancing up at the sign that you can't read and hearing the sounds of the machines behind you, you slip under the gate and into the city. Keeping yourself to the alleyways, which thankfully there is no shortage of, you slip and slide between the interconnecting pathways of this city, and the whole place is a maze. You honestly find yourself kind of intrigued. It seems like it'd be very easy to find and then immediately lose things here, which rather suits someone of your proclivities. Um, uh, but even with that, the further you get into the city, the more that feeling of unsettling alienation starts to hit you. The buildings have this odd coolness to the touch, this very soulless artificiality. And even the stone beneath your feet, it's not things like cobble like you're used to. It's this flat, rough, stone-like material. Experimental kick with your boot is incredibly tough and dense, and it's off-putting, but thankfully it muffles your footsteps well enough, and you appear to have lost your pursuers, at least for the time being. Unless they have some artificial or potentially magical means of tracking you, you imagine they're not going to have much luck finding you in the city now that you're here. So you take your time to examine your surroundings. While you do see the occasional automaton continuing to patrol, there doesn't appear to be a great many of them. And you notice that on the outskirts of the city where you are now, you're not the only person skulking around, although you managed to evade even the notice of these folk. You notice a great number of dwarfs, just examining some of the stonework, wandering the streets, making conversation with each other in Dwarvish. From the looks of their wear, they don't appear to be soldiers or anything. By your best guess, these appear to be civilians. And from the looks of what they're doing, they're just curiously examining some of the interesting artifacts that potentially lay in hiding here. Other than them and the automatons, the city seems to be largely abandoned. You saw from outside the dome that most of the refugees have kind of grouped up in area off to the left side of the city that has a view out into the underwater lake. The only folk you're seeing outside of that room now are the automatons on patrol and these dwarves who appear to just be examining the structure of the city itself.
Since there are like walkways up above, can I kind of like jump up, like grab and pull myself up and kind of like skulk over so I'm sort of above them and like hunker down and listen, hear what they're saying?
Sure. Make me an athletics or acrobatics check to try and get up there.
That's going to be another 23.
Okay, and make me a perception check.
I'm gonna get fucked later. That's a 22.
Okay. These pillars are very high, so you have to find an area that slopes to allow you to get up onto these elevated roadways. But you are able to find one, and circling around, again, you find yourself on this winding maze of path. And I'll say now that you're up here, you also notice that they're all lined with this strange metal material. Essentially, think of like a highway, but where there would be like the lines for the lanes, there's just these strips of metal, and it has this kind of coppery look to it. But paying that not too much more mind, you snake your way back around, navigating the confusing, twisting roadway, and find yourself above a small cluster of dwarves who are currently digging into the side of one of the buildings, literally mining bits of it out and examining the metal. And do you speak dwarf?
No.
All right, so some of their conversation does it simply evade you through inability to translate. However, some of their conversation is in common, and those parts of it you are able to translate. Specifically, the one speaking common you notice is a somewhat rugged looking dwarf with black hair that appears to be silvering at the ends. And you initially wonder why they're speaking common when they seem to be purely in the company of dwarves. However, you notice that they are accompanied by a human girl and what appears to be an elven girl. And they appear to be speaking common more to pass what's being said to them. But with that, you're able to hear it as well. One of his comrades says something in Dwarvish as they look over the material of the metal building and pass it over to the graying-haired dwarf, who looks it over themselves. And I definitely second age at least, maybe even first. We can make some great armor out of this material if we can figure out how to make it ourselves. Some kind of steel, although can't fathom how they smith it this way. Even the stone doesn't make any sense. And he kind of tosses the metal to the ground, and it kind of onto the concrete. And at the very least, we've found something interesting here. We can probably spend decades studying this place and still not even be close to scratching the surface. Honestly, even if we get Zaidan back, I may stay down here for a time. There's so much I want to learn about this place. And the other dwarves kind of nod and speak in Dwarfish, appearing to be agreeing with the sentiment. And one of the dwarves asks something again in Dwarfish, but the man responds in common. As for the soul tide, I can't say, but we'll gather our strength, maybe get those goblins to find us some help and deal with it then. Who knows, maybe with that suit of theirs they could take on the soul tide themselves. But I'm not going to hold my breath. They are goblins.
So I think I heard some magic words pretty early, which were second or first age, and that sounds like money to me. So I think I'm figuring out what the horde is. It's okay. I got this. So at either end of this road, because I climbed up onto a road, right?
Yes.
What are the entrances into the buildings like? Are they doors, or like is it more like tunnels?
Taking a look at some of the nearby buildings, while some of them do have just doors that you're used to, although they do still have these unusual metal bars on them. However, you notice some of them have a design you're completely unfamiliar with, which appears to be mostly glass that is in this kind of like rotating fan structure. Doesn't appear to have a knob or a handle of any kind. You can't imagine what the process is there. It seems like an overcomplicated design.
Yeah, that's really strange. All right. I'm going to heading in the direction that takes me more towards the center of the city. Whichever winding way that takes me, I'm gonna try and head through buildings until I get to like some of the taller ones.
Okay, noted. Making your way down the highway, this Fallout-style lone traveler, you start to make it towards the center where the buildings get taller, and you notice the streets become less inhabited. Even the dwarfs dare not venture this deep. And you notice that whereas patrols of the automatons were rather slim on the outskirts, they start to pick up in density and number this deep in. And you notice not all of them are walking around in that bipedal form you saw. You see some of them are wheeling along on treads, and one of the cannons you saw mounted on their back is constantly at bear and ready. And others you see are positioned on rooftops, and you have to kind of like duck for cover with the raised stone walls of the highways, and the multi-barreled cannon is brought to bear, and they're in this like almost like tripod sentry position and just monitor from the rooftops for any sign of movement. You feel like you're transitioning from a relatively well-explored ruin to a complete foreign land that is, from what you gathered, completely hostile to your presence. To be spotted this deep in, this far from help, this far from the entrance, and completely surrounded by automatons who are out for Genasi blood is a rather unsettling sensation.
Sounds like it could make me really rich, though.
So, Taka, what would you like to do?
I would like to try and make it into some of these skyscrapers.
All right, make me a stealth check.
Come on, advantage. 17.
Okay. Utaka carefully making your way down the road until it slopes down again, allowing you entrance onto the ground level streets. You find one of the skyscrapers that has one of those kind of spinny doors to it, and you kind of give it a kind of experimental push, and the door goes inward in a spinning pattern clockwise. And eventually, after a bit of experimentation, you get the hang of it and manage to somewhat awkwardly slip your way in via the rotating door. And we'll come back to you, as this would have taken you some time to get here. The city's not huge, but it's still a city. Gaharis, Ivron, Israel, Griaz. By this point, you've managed to get the bulk of the dragon as repaired as it's going to get, and with the goblins kind of urging you along, as they, from what they said, Utaka is in a degree of danger that even they themselves may not realize. You guys, with Griaz's mending, Ivron helping get the crew back on their feet and overseeing repairs, all of you combining your efforts, you are able to get the dragon at least seaworthy, and the goblins start getting back into position to start piloting it back towards their city. With that said, Gaharis, you said you wanted to take a crack at flying this thing?
Yes, I do.
All right, make me a persuasion check to try and convince Goblin 1 to allow you to do that.
All right. I have a lot of time that I have been riding a horse. I cannot assume that this is any different. So why don't you let me take a crack at it? I'm sure that I can do perfect. What's a 16 plus? I think it's a 9, but we'll see. One sec. Persuasion plus 9, yeah. That's a 25.
I'll freely tell you it's nothing like a horse, but...
Is it more like a siege weapon?
That's a bit more accurate, yes. We think that that's probably what it was originally designed for. Certainly would explain all of this.
That makes perfect sense to me. I am certain that I'll be fine. Don't worry, your pretty little green head.
I'm not going far. If you start dragging the belly of this thing along the seafloor, I'm taking that wheel away from you. This thing can only take so much damage before we start taking on water.
And we would not want that, no?
No, we would not. We wouldn't even drown before we froze to death.
Oh yeah, it is winter. And
there's glaciers on the floor of the lake. Remember?
Yep. I'm certain that I'll be fine. Do I need to sound a alarm that we're going?
Here, I'll walk you through it. Gaharis, make me a water vehicles check.
Oh no.
And I'll give you advantage because Goblin 1 is backing. So basically, if you screw up, he's going to take over the wheel for you.
Well, I'm not proficient in it, so it's just a
So-
flat intelligence roll? Flat what?
Yeah, I'll call this intelligence. Since you have a whole crew backing you up, so it's not really your strength or dex or anything that matters, so I'll say intelligence.
Well, I'm glad I have advantage, because the first roll is a nat 1. Second roll is a 14 plus 1.
Okay. Gaharis, you start practicing with belting orders to the crew. Left wing! And they'll raise it and take a step forward. Right wing! And they'll take another step forward. And you start turning the crew towards the lake and start having the dragon crawl its way towards it. Not quite wanting to take your chances with flight right away. However, after a moment, you notice water starts to seep into the compartment, and Goblin 1 kind of like kicks at some of it. And I'll say Israel, Ivron, and Griaz in your respective compartments of the dragon, you also start to notice you're taking on a little bit of water. And Goblin 1 just slowly turns to look at you, Garrison. Did you close the mouth before we went in the water?
I am certain that I did. Did I?
You did not.
I did not.
That's what the nat 1
I will
was.
shut it right there while looking at him.
Mouth closed! And the dragon's maw begins to shut, sealing you all in relative darkness. However, that also...
Griaz is not inside, because as soon as he saw Gaharis is smiling, plus the stink and everything, he's like, nah, I ain't fucking doing that. So he is wild shaped into an octopus and is just himself against the outer hull.
Okay, noted. And Israel and Evron, what are the two of you doing?
I think
Everyone's
Israel's
looking
found a
for
place
something.
to, I guess, sit.
Yeah, there are a lot of seats, albeit goblin ones, but seats nonetheless.
Ron's looking for a safety harness, and he's like muttering, maybe to Israel, like this is very reminiscent of the first time Father let Gaharis ride a chariot. I suggest you find something to hold on to.
She snickers at that, but you have noticed that she has like wedged herself into a seat because she has noticed there are no safety harnesses. So the best that she can do is sit sort of like at the back in a corner so that if she's jostled around, she's not actually moving all that much.
Harnesses
The
are
way
made of
that she's like
goblins.
braced herself.
The harnesses are just goblins that hug you really tight.
Yeah, that's what the safety vest is.
You're
And
not
she's
going
more like,
anywhere.
Get your hands off me. But she is in the back, sort of out of the way of all the actual people working to run this thing. And
Okay.
of course, hoping that Gaharis doesn't crash them into anything.
All right. Ivron fashioning yourself a safety rope, Griaz suckered onto the side, and Israel just staying in the corner and keeping any goblins who try to approach you at a respectable professional distance. You watch as they follow Gaharis's. It's weird hearing Gaharis's voice not only echo from the head of the dragon, but also kind of tinnily be projected throughout the entire mechanical suit. So again, with that kind of that very much like airplane style muffle to it, you'll hear Gaharis's voice just, "Raise the right leg!" And the goblins will crank and pull at levers, and you'll feel the weight of the mech shift a bit. After a while, Gaharis manages to get into the swing of it outside of that minor incident of some water now kind of pooling around you and Ivron's ankles. And Gaharis, with Goblin 1's guidance, you take the suit under the water. Between the what little light you were getting was basically moonlight that actually shone through the while the scales do protect the suit itself. You notice that Israel, with you nestled in the corner, you notice this the most. The walls themselves are actually this very like almost canvas-like material. It's very light, which is presumably how the thing's capable of flight despite all the weight of the crew and the mechanics. But you notice that what little light you were getting in here was being shown through the scales and then was able to project through the canvas cloth that separates the scales from the actual mechanical metal bones of the dragon. But as soon as you go underwater, that light is snuffed out as well, plunging the entire ship into complete darkness. Not only is it dark, it is freezing cold. While between the water that's seeping in around your ankles and just the chill of the water that manages to pierce through the scales, it's pitch black and freezing cold. And not only is there still a little bit of leftover swamp gas from Griez's stunt, the ship also begins to rapidly smell like thousands of goblins hard at work. With is that a little bit of their leftover bodily fluids from the panic that Gaheris created? You're just left with delightful sensations. As Gaheris, you snake the massive mechanical beast through the waters of the lake, narrowly avoiding scraping along the seafloor, hitting rocks and reefs. As Gaheris, you're able to, up at the head, see it the easiest. Through the eyes of the dragon, you're able to see the domed city come into view. You see those same things that Utaka saw from investigating outside. This glass bubble that completely encompasses a city of buildings taller than any you've ever seen, and these flickering lights that constantly dart around. And from what the goblins have said, it's inhabited.
Not one to judge. My feet are cold. It's completely dark. It smells awful in here. And now I have to hear Harris's voice. This is hell. This is my hell. And Yvonne will cast light bearer on something, his rope.
Okay.
So at least it's not dark.
Yeah, Ivron, to remove at least one aspect of your hell, you make your rope begin to glow with a bright celestial light, and a few of the goblins around you have to kind of blink to adjust their eyes to it, but it doesn't interrupt their workflow too much. And you can actually hear a few of them chuckle a little bit at your mumblings. And as you approach, Goblin 1 looks to you, Garrus. All right, now, this is going to be the hard part. We're going to need to get this thing to crank the door. You want me to take over for this, or do you want to keep trying?
On the scale of 1 to 10, is it harder or easier?
9? 8, maybe?
Alright, then I will try it.
What would you have... What was there any scenario where you said no to that, then?
No.
All right, here's how you do it. All right, now, Garrus, you're going to make me another water vehicles check, and you still have advantage because he's helping you.
Alright, well, the first roll is a 2 plus 1 for 3. Second roll is a 14 plus 1 for 15.
Okay. Garrus, you start barking orders at Goblin 1's direction. Again, it's this very complicated process. You have to get both arms up onto the crank, and then get one arm to go up while the other goes down simultaneously, and then keep that going until the dragon mech cranks the vault door that Utaka had to get Garnet to open. It takes you some doing, and Ivron and Israel, where the crew is, you get the impression that the goblin captain is doing more of the actual order giving, as every so often you can hear them like whisper to Gaheris, like, okay, now you, and then Gaheris will parrot it perfectly, but with all the charisma as if it was Gaheris's idea. And with some effort, the door cranks open, and Gaheris you begin to less move in and more get almost dragged in by the flow of water as the chamber that Utaka had entered through floods with water once again, as the dragon is sucked in essentially along with the expected water flow. Utaka, you had retrieved Garnet on your way out, correct? Or did you?
Yeah, I released the spell, so Garnet shrunk down, and then I assume, scampered towards me.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm so I knew where they were. Okay. Uh, Gaharis, with both your dark vision and the broadcasted lights of the headlights of the Dragon Mech, you're able to get a decent look at your surroundings. You see that same raised flooring. And much like Utaka, you're at least familiar with the basic structure enough to recognize a dock when you see one, although it's not like any dock you've seen before. It's huge and definitely made for much bigger vehicles than what you're accommodated to. And as soon as the door shuts behind you, the captain walks you through flashing the headlights of the Dragon Mech, a motion that would look almost like blinking to an outsider. And you watch as, again, you see the same thing Utaka did. One by one from these almost pod-like chambers, these mechanical metal humanoids with cannons and weapons strapped to their body emerge from their pods and start to approach the dock and go through the process of flooding the water back out into the lake out of this room. While that's happening, Griaz, once the water begins to go down, would you like to transform yourself or change position at all?
Yeah, Griaz is worried about his boy. His boy's in danger, which is why he kind of attached himself to the outside in the first place. So he is going to, as soon as like the water level is low enough where he can run through whatever door Utaka went through, he will detach himself, jump up on that dock, and if he is within like a terrestrial kind of like no longer underwater, he'll reform into a wolf and see if he can sniff Utaka out, because he knows Utaka was probably being a stealthy little sumbitch, and he knows he's not going to be able to track him by normal means. So, yeah, he's going to be a weird little long wolf.
Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy about this, or just...
No, not at all. Because as far as he knows, like the automatons are kind of like guards, but they're more hostile towards Genasi or Atlanteans. So have they seen a wolf? We're gonna find out. But otherwise, it's just like, oh, loose dog. Yeah. So he is rushing to find Utaka as soon as possible, so that he can determine if he is still alive and keep him that way.
Okay. In that case, Griaz, as soon as the water hits about half the halfway point, where at this point the Dragon Mech is just kind of floating at the side of the dock, and the goblins begin to help the three of you still inside through the process of disembarking, you scamper off the side and transform yourself into your wolf form. And since you're not doing stealth, as soon as you do so, you notice several of the automatons kind of glance up at you with their massive diving helmet heads, but they just kind of tilt their head at you curiously. And Griaz, what languages do you speak?
I looked at this earlier. Goblin, Druidic, Thieves' Cant, and Common.
All right. You do not understand what they say to you, but they just kind of say something in kind of a high-pitched questioning tone as they kind of tilt their head at you. Seeming more just curious than anything, but they make no hostile movement as you dart past them. And since you're not hiding, I'll say Gaharis from the head, able to see through the eyes. You can see a wolf, but you imagine a wolf's not going to just jump out of the water, so I think you can put two and two together who that is. Dart past the automatons who take no hostile action as they slink off towards the doorway, which, Utaka, did you close that behind you?
I don't think so.
Okay, so Griaz, you should have no problem darting into the winding maintenance tunnel pipeway that Utaka went through.
Yeah,
Make
the
me a-
automatons are probably just asking who's a good boy. And it's Griaz.
Go ahead and make a perception check, but we'll come back to you in just a moment. So just keep it at the ready. Gaharis, Ivron, and Israel, is there anything noteworthy you'd like to do while the automatons are getting the water out of the room and helping you disembark the dragon mech?
Israel is absolutely waiting until that water is wadeable and preferably fully gone altogether before she is stepping out.
Okay.
All Gaharis is doing is, thank you for flying the Air Gaharis. It has been a delightful flight. We have landed. Your destination is here in the underwater city. As you know, we are all not drowned.
Israel is leaning in and she calls to Ivron, drag your brother out of there. Tell him to stop messing with it.
Yeah, for Ivron's part, he was waiting by the door to just leave, but I'd be like, yeah, okay, and move up to the head. Be like, let's go.
Israel's convinced that you will have to physically remove Gaharis from the intercom.
You did very well, brother. I'm glad that we didn't die.
You are quite welcome. It is all in the, as they say, day's work. It is not like everyone can manage or drive a giant pretend dragon through the ocean and
Not
through
at all.
the air. But your compliment is well given. So you're welcome.
Yet again, you proved to be the best of us, Garrus. I truly do believe that. Right? But now I think it's time to leave. We must find Utaka immediately before they are injured.
Oh, is that why we are here? I had entirely forgotten.
Inside check to see if he's being facetious, I guess.
He's being
Yes, you know
facetious.
why we're here.
He's absolutely being facetious. No insight needed.
As I
alright.
recalled it, we had also promised to return your belongings, yes?
Oh, that is very true. Well, I suppose we have to leave the dragon. I pat the controls lovingly. There's like a double take of like, do we really have to go? And then I'll get up, or stand up, and then I'll follow Ivron out.
Okay.
He gets a pat on the shoulder when he actually exits the dragon, downcast. You did a very good job driving the dragon, sweetie.
I mean, I know that, but is it warm? Is it warm down here?
And she's just like gently steering him farther away from the dragon.
As you guys as you guys disembark through the mouth of the dragon, which, Gaharis, the final act of your pilotage is simply positioning the jaw to rest on the dock and open the mouth to allow the crew to disembark. And Israel, you do kind of note the sharp teeth where if there was a mechanical failure of any kind and those things slam shut, the crew could definitely get hurt while disembarking, but you choose not to think about that. And Israel, with Gaharis in tow and Ivron not far behind, you begin to disembark. Goblin 1 accompanies you, and the rest of the crew begins to exit and disperse, talking excitedly about their future plans for the mech that they've established with all of you. And Goblin 1 kind of mutters in Goblic for a few of them to head to the refugee area to see what of your belongings can be salvaged. And for the three of you, one of the automatons approaches you and kind of tilts their head and scans over the three of you before holding out a hand and kind of blurbling something in a language that none of the three of you speak.
Well met.
The Goblin 1 kind of tugs on your sleeve. They're asking for your name. It's identification purposes.
Ivron Blackmont.
Israel.
The machine kind of stands up stock still and thinks for a moment. You can see the lights inside kind of flashing and flickering a little bit before Ivron, Blackmont, Gaharis, Blackmont, Israel. It kind of cracks its head a little bit before giving a slightly robotic, almost animatronic-esque bow, and in a completely different voice in both tone and language from what it was first speaking, it speaks to the three of you in common. Welcome to Liberty.
Is the voice it speaks with one we recognize?
Make a history check.
Ho, 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 ho. Okay. Well, that's 9 plus 2. That's
You
11.
could have advantage if you want, and Ron will help you with this.
Well, thank you.
You'd be usually succeeded, so I don't bother saying that. But
That's fair. Well, thank you for the advantage. That's a 17 plus 2 for a 19. I don't know nothing about this, but Ivron does.
Neither of you find the voice distinctly familiar. In fact, it actually strikes you as relatively generic. It seems to it's almost like if you just pictured woman's voice speaking common, this is the voice you would imagine.
Is their name Siri? Can you tell us more about this city?
I would be happy to. Our city was founded in the early First Age. This city is a research location in an effort to gift the common people with the gifts of magic.
any specific research aside from just gifting magic?
The effects of mana implantation on the blood. The effect of natural mutations bestowed on a body that does not normally possess them. And how to study these phenomena in the efforts in our ongoing conflicts.
And does this
Your
location have a name?
Our researchers have dubbed this Liberty.
Are your facilities still operational? Does your research still continue?
Research has been halted, but facilities are kept in repair until reinforcements are sent to resupply and continue ongoing research efforts.
If Ron leans to get Harris and Israel and says, like, should we ask them about who talked to?
I don't
Israel
believe so.
shakes her head to that, but she does speak up sort of over them to say, are the research areas accessible?
Indeed, although you will need identification to prove that you are allowed in classified research areas. Otherwise, we will have to use force to keep our classified research safe. The Atlanteans employ spies disguised as civilian identities. We cannot be too careful.
Who distributes these identifications for the research areas?
We receive them from our homeland.
When was the last message received?
Last message received 600 years ago.
I see. Are transmission lines currently active?
Transmission lines are inactive.
Then it seems that you need repair. After all, we already have the designation. You must not have received it.
Ah, you are here to repair our communication lines.
That is correct. On top of that, we are to ensure that the labs and all of the research is safe and secure.
Yeah, Harris, make a deception check.
I would love to. Alright, what's an 18 plus? What is my deception? +9. 18 plus 9, that's a 27?
The automaton kind of considers for a moment before. In that case, I would be more than happy to pass along your confirmed identification as Repair Team 1.
Thank you so much. Please, lead the way.
I would be more than happy to. Please follow me.
Israel leans over and mutters very quietly to Gaharis, "Remind me to kiss you sometime later."
How could I forget? I will follow the robot. Just... If we go to the most locked up place, that's where Utaka will be.
Exactly. It's like
The hardest place to get in is where Utaka naturally gravitates to.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, is Yao and Naden with us? Do they come in the sub with us?
Would you have brought them with you?
I think I left Naden behind because I can just resummon him.
I cannot do that with Yao. Would Yao want to go in the sub? I guess is the only thing keeping.
Yao won't refuse.
I am
Okay.
also assuming that I left Barry with you guys because I swam.
Yeah.
Barry and Naden are like chilling on the beach,
Yeah.
somewhat, in the tree line, where they've got some cover.
And they actually...
There's two bros.
Yeah, canonically, they actually beat the Hydra for us. So when we get back to them, we can collect the gold.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing we say we're going to do between seasons 2 and 3 of just you guys playing as your mounts and companions. Yeah, that's going to be it, is them fighting the Hydra.
Yeah.
All right. Griaz, since you went on ahead, what did you get on your perception roll to try and track Utaka by scent?
So as a wolf, I get advantage. I rolled a 13 and a 20, so it is a 29 for.
All right, is that a nat 20 or dirty?
A nat 20. Yeah, 29 for total for perception.
Okay, so I'll say with a nat 20 and for an in total 29, that manages to get through Utaka's stealth well enough.
And he's just Scooby-Dooing at this point. I mean, like, paws are moving. He's Tokyo drifting through the halls. He's got to find his boy. Okay, end of Homeward Bound. He's petering. He's Peter. Yeah. Watch that and cry. But yeah, he has got to get back to make sure that his boy's okay.
Okay. Griaz, as you find yourself under that same gate that Utaka passed under, you sniff at the ground, and you do manage to almost instantly pick up Utaka's scent. Utaka's been here, and recently at that. And thankfully, you don't smell anything that would indicate blood or wounds. So they made it this far without getting hurt. And
smells like Teen Spirit.
And you start, like the loyal little long-legged freaky canine you are, sniffing and tracking your way along the paths that Utaka took. Because this takes you through back alleys and along the highways that aren't frequently trafficked by the refugees, you are able to avoid the bulk of the crowds. And are you going at just your regular pace, or are you going to try and go fast?
Like I said, he Scooby-Doo running, where it's just it circles where his feet could be. He is trying as quickly as possible to find Utaka.
All right, noted. We'll come back to you. So you're running along, just keeping the scent up as much as you can. Okay. Garrus, Ivron, Israel. Garrus, you got a glimpse of, again, you presume a wild-shaped Griaz darting off ahead of the group, but again, the automatons didn't take any hostile action. And as this automaton leads you, anytime they pass another automaton in the little garage area, they immediately turn to them and, "Please pass along that Repair Team 1 is here, and the following accommodations are required. All speech must be delivered in common." And they rattle off several things, most of which is just bureaucratic nonsense to most of you. However, a few points of interest do stand out to you. The one identifying as Israel is to be treated as an ally despite being of Elvish descent. And you also catch, as every robot they talk to then starts talking in common to parrot, basically to accommodate you guys' presence. You also, any security updates regarding the Atlantean scout spotted in our borders? No updates, I'm afraid. Tracking is ongoing. As you guys are taken out through the maintenance tunnel pipeline and find yourself under the gate, again, none of you can read the language it's written in, but the machine just kind of like doing still keeping up that mechanical stride, but it has a kind of like bouncy sway to it that almost indicates a personality beneath the metal as the machine speaks up, and that, again, that very scripted tour guide-esque tone. Welcome to the research facility Liberty, constructed in the year 1892 of the Second Age to support our ongoing efforts against the Minotian elves and the Atlanteans.
Do all of the robots move the same way, or do they have... It's been a long time. Like, are any of them showing any degrees of quirks or self-actualization or...
Make an insight check.
Sure. Oh. Well, that's a 5. 5 plus... 3. That's 8.
Ron would also look for maybe sentient.
Make an insight check.
Right.
You can tell by the way it uses its walk, it's an automaton. Plenty of time to talk.
You can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm automaton. No time to talk.
I love you, Steve.
24.
Okay. Harris, looking around, they appear to just be moving very basic and mechanically. So you don't pay them much mind. Ivron, however, you take more time to observe them. And in the garage, you didn't notice too much in the way of individual quirks, but as you make it out to the gate and start, similar to Utaka, taking in your surroundings and trying to get a grip on where both of your half-rogues went, you notice that several of the machines are doing things that don't necessarily seem to be part of explicitly guard duty. You notice one is just kind of sitting and watching the underwater view through the glass of the dome. And you start to notice, similar to Utaka, the small contingent of dwarves that are going around the city and investigating and scavenging. And you notice that a young girl, appearing to be human, with a cloaked in animal furs and with a slight buzz cut hair, is walking around just kind of ambling, really. And one of the automatons stops them, and she gives a very like, it's down the road so you can't hear what she says, but she gives like kind of lazy response to it. Again, similar to what Utaka saw, you get the vibe that they're used to getting questioned by these things every time they see them. But after the machine seems to get an answer it wants, the machine extends a metallic hand, and you see that it has what appears to be some shrapnel from a nearby building that has been burned or carved into the shape of a flower, and it holds it out to the girl, who kind of looks at it and seems a little questioning, but takes it, and the machine gives like a little happy and continues on down the way. Ivron, if these things weren't built with personalities, they've certainly developed them over, from the sounds of it, what is easily upwards of 1,000 years of solitude.
I think in Infernal, yet still in hushed tones, Ron would relate this to Garrett and note, look there, brother. Does that make for an automaton? A construct? Do they normally do something like that?
Well, I'm not too familiar with Warforged. After all, they don't typically join the Hell Knights, but I suppose anything's possible. What do you think?
I think we need to learn how to repair them quickly, considering we are repair team 1.
Ah, yes, that, would be pertinent, wouldn't it?
Where are we going with this, brother?
Well, 600 plus years of research, I suppose, awaits. I mean, just think of it, though. 600 years of research. No doubt the locations of other research labs and other investigations that predates the Cult of Red site. Perhaps one of their experiments is what caused all this. The more we know, the better chances we have.
This is true.
And not just that, the more information we can keep out of the Cult of Red Site's hands, the better.
Well then, I think
no telling what they would do with all of it.
The Red Site is not find this place. It stays hidden, perhaps. Nevertheless, brother, you lead and I follow.
Of course. Well, I suppose they're leading, really. We'll just happen to follow.
Okay. The three of you follow behind the automaton, who, again, gives you basically the tour guide approach to the research lab / city of Liberty. Again, I won't go over the whole trip, especially because it's going to be rather slow. The robot is not incredibly fast and seems to be going rather at a comfortable pace to accommodate you. But I will cover some of what you learn while on the way to the densely secured areas. As you go past the population of dwarfs and the sparse few non-dwarfs that come out this far to scavenge and investigate from the refugee area, since you guys are by far the most obvious, Griaz, with how fast they were going, got a few second glances, but they were basically out of sight before the people could really take in what they were seeing. But the moment they see you, people immediately do start to kind of mutter to each other, not seeming necessarily frightened so much as they are confused. And you are attracting a lot of attention, but the automaton pays it little mind and just rattles off fun trivia about the city. From what you're able to learn before you guys make it to the heavily secured area, Liberty was, as mentioned, constructed in the 1892nd year of the Second Age as a research effort to support their ongoing conflict with multiple, from the sounds of it, empires. And I'll say, almost every empire they list you do not recognize, even from your the Hell Knights' vast political experience. And well, Israel, you're not exactly a politician, even from what bits of lore you know from just your surrounding area. None of the names they're giving of old empires are familiar to you.
Country bumpkin. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
Okay, like I didn't even go to school.
Oh no, yeah,
just my mom.
Yeah, like basically, I'm just saying, like you don't even have like stories to go off of, like folklore mythology.
They never mention names.
Mm-hmm.
They say a long time ago in a place far, far away.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
yeah. And they mentioned that part of the reason the city itself was constructed was with the idea that people who signed up for this strange experimentation they were doing, which from what they're describing, it sounds like they wanted to, while you guys know that magic is something that can be learned. You can learn to play a music and inspire others. You can learn magic out of a book. Perhaps you can even simply make a deal with an eldritch patron or a god of your choosing, or gods of your choosing, if you're so inclined. But from what these automatons are saying, they seem very insistent that magic is something you are born with and only something you are born with. And this facility was built in an effort to change that, to be able to basically take any commoner, any peasant, and turn them into a sorcerer through the research they were doing here. From the sounds of it, despite hundreds of years of effort, the research went nowhere, or at least hasn't yet. But you do learn that they were able to at least make some degree of progress. It wasn't giving people magic that was the problem. It was keeping them alive afterwards. test subjects would successfully demonstrate magical aptitude after the experimentation, only to then die shortly after. And they mention offhandedly that this city was collaborating with other cities of a similar design for this collective shared goal of research. And they mention that the last they heard from any of the other facilities was that they noticed that women tended to handle the experimentation better. So most of the test subjects they took once they made that discovery started being exclusively women from the surrounding villages and cities. And while they don't say it, you do notice they stop saying volunteered at that point.
While we're walking, I'd love to ask them, where was the location of the previous researchers that were housed here?
The automaton thinks for a minute, and they were housed in the tallest skyscrapers in the center of the city.
And are they still living?
Unfortunately, no. However, one still lives. However, they were not among the first research team. They came to offer us aid and continue our research, reinforcements, as we had mistaken you for on your entry.
And where are they located?
They are with the other visitors.
I looked at Ivron like, how long has this has the second wave of researchers been present here?
The machine kind of calculates in its head for a moment, and you start to notice that the lights are starting to flicker a little bit more, and you're getting the idea that while they're still functional, hundreds of years have taken their toll on the mechanics. But eventually it does give you an answer. The first wave of reinforcement researchers arrived an estimated 200 years ago, but have continued to provide new test subjects, new researchers to continue our studies. While we have heard no communication from the outside empire, the researchers assure us that they are safe.
To what empire do these researchers claim to be from?
The machine kind of thinks for a moment and unknown. Memory is faulty.
One moment, if you will.
Of course.
I
Yes.
turn to Israel and Ivron. You don't happen to think that the refugees are the test subjects, do you?
I think they might be next.
And then I will turn back to the robot. Are there any undead within the research facility?
The machine kind of tilts its head, seeming a little confused, and after a bit of consideration, there has been no undead presence in this facility since its creation.
Wonderful. And where is the armory?
Armory? Do you mean the munitions stores, sir?
Yes.
I would be happy to escort you there.
Wonderful.
And with that, the machine trundles, still going the same general direction, but destination changed, as the three of you are left to ruminate on what was just told to you. Utaka, making your way through the spinny door.
Making my way downtown.
Yeah. While the textiles and fabrics and materials used are foreign to you, The layout is something you understand. This is something akin to a hotel, and a ritzy one at that. You can see what appears to be a long dead plant nestled in a pot near the door. Um, a staircase going up, a set of metal doors, and a desk that currently has nobody at it.
All right, I'm gonna find myself a staircase.
All right. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just seeing if you stumble on anything valuable?
What's behind the counter?
Make an investigation check.
Sure. What does a 3 get me?
Looking over the counter, you don't see a whole lot, just what appears to be office supplies and ones that you aren't familiar with at that. So but outside of curios, most of it looks pretty useless.
I will grab several things that I don't know what they are and shove them in my bag.
All right, noted. And all right, so you said you wanted to head upstairs. Again, are you looking for anything in particular, or just anything shiny?
I mean, if this is a hotel, if I think it's a hotel, I'm gonna head towards the top floors.
Okay, noted. And I'm assuming you're just going at like a relatively steady pace?
I mean, being a bit stealthy.
Okay, noted. Make me a stealth check.
26.
Okay, noted. Griaz, you Scooby-Doo bolt your way down the highway, down a slope, following Utaka Scent Trail, and you find that it leads into, again, one of these strange metallic buildings. And again, you can see at this point in the denser inner parts of the city, the automaton patrols get a lot denser, although again, they pay you little mind. In fact, you actually notice a few as you like stop to look at the building briefly. One of the ones that's in that kind of sentry mode on the roof kind of spots you before raising an arm and do you head inside and continue following the trail?
Yeah, just following the trail till I get to my boy.
All right. Utaka, you're about, you'd estimate 15, close to 20 floors up. Yeah. Before you start to hear something coming up the downstairs. It's this rapid, striding padding on the soft, textured floor of the staircase. And
Shit.
taking a glance down the kind of that winding spiral staircase.
Oh, I'm gonna get into one of the hallways.
All right. Utaka, not taking a chance to look, you back out and hide, and you see a long-legged wolf burst through the door you had just exited through. Griaz, you have to kind of sniff around a little bit, but you are able to sniff out Utaka hiding behind a nearby jut-out column of the hallway, shielding them from view of anyone coming out the door, but you're operating on scent.
I think he'll just kind of just catching his breath from running up like 20 flights of stairs.
And you were like sprinting it basically, whereas Utaka was like kind of walking it.
Yeah, so full on wolf pant. I think he's very slowly going to reform back into a bugbear. It's still kind of on the ground, just goddamn found you.
What the fuck are you doing here? They're everywhere.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here. I'm fine. You less so. And he's just gonna like rifle through his bag.
Look
Like,
at
do you
me.
have a hood
Look at me.
or
I'm
anything,
right
or like
here.
makeup, or what are you doing?
Did you know how old this stuff is?
No, I wasn't part of the exposition dump that was in the other scene.
From look, I heard some like dwarves down there talking. This shit is from like the first and the second age. Like
What I know
money we could make
is that That
Do you
is
know
a
how much those
tertiary
were?
question. No, what I know is that all of those automatons are the second that they see you, they go into kill mode, and you specifically.
But I haven't done anything to them yet.
Yeah, I know this one's actually less so your fault. Surprising, I know. No, it actually has to do with your water genosiness. It is similar enough to an entire group of, I think, now non-existent people that they really don't fucking like, and you just happen to resemble them. So that's why I just need to
Oh.
obscure your facial. You got a mask? You got any heavy hood, makeup? God, do I have anything? I got no spells. I can place Sphere of Darkness in a single spot, but yeah, God dang it, nope. You got anything? I got a mask that will portray the emotion of fear on anyone that looks at it.
I do have something.
You got your weird spider mask.
That's
Yeah, that you shouldn't wear for too long.
That's the one. He's gonna pull it out of his bag and kind of just like loop it under his head and just like leave it resting on top of his head.
Actually, okay, darkness can be cast on an object and move with it. So I'm gonna put you in some darkness.
No, not yet.
All right.
Wait
Well,
until
then
we're
I will
closer.
hold. To what?
I don't know. Like, whatever shit they're hiding here. Cause like, have you noticed how many more of those there are getting towards that building? And he's gonna like gesture towards the like one of the walls.
Do you even know where we are, or have you just been?
I mean, there was like a dragon. I figured it had a horde here.
Yeah. By the way, not a real dragon. It was a ship that was
How does this keep
piloted by.
happening?
I know. I don't know. It feels like the world that we're in, and maybe some sort of omniscient figure which controls the happenings of it.
Honestly, fuck some gods.
I mean, most of them, to be honest.
Hey,
Anyway,
hey.
I said most. I did not say all.
Okay.
Your 2 or 3 or 5 are fine. Yep. Anyway, no, it was piloted by like thousands of goblins, and yeah, I know. So turns out that they were just collecting goods, supplies for the people down here. This is a refugee colony, and so they stole all our food and water
Yeah, they're
specifically
from
for
like
that reason.
Zidane or something.
Yeah, okay, putting stuff together. Yeah, and but apparently this place wasn't built specifically for that. It was built, like you said, long ass time ago for Atlanteans, and you are reminiscent of an Atlantean, even though you might not be. You're close enough too.
Well, that seems like a really gross oversimplification, because I don't know what the fucking Atlantean is.
I think it's pretty close to a water genocide.
Sure, okay. Which isn't like a one thing either.
Well, sure, but you know, squares ain't rectangles, but rectangles is squares, you know?
Oh my god. You're right.
That's all I'm saying. You know what? But yeah, we can go and check out whatever hell you want to check out. We can do it real quietly.
Is like a diamond, is that a rectangle too?
I think that's a rhombus.
What a rond what?
See, because it ain't got no right. Why am I the swamp bugbear teaching you about geometry? This is a public education, I tell you.
I don't know what it has to do with like geodes, but you know, whatever.
This is going over really well. Yep. Okay. Okay, if you want to keep going, that's fine. The rest of us is down here somewhere. I'm not sure what potential hijinks they have involved themselves in. I was an octopus and then a wolf, and now I'm here, so I did not get I did not go along with that, but
Okay, so are you telling me you're not down with like going and finding what the fuck's up with all this?
I am. Oh, you know I am. All I'm saying is when we come across an automaton, I think you should obscure yourself in some way because they seem to be fine with goblins. So, law of likes means that they might like me.
All right, right. Okay, I got it. Okay, and he's gonna take his cloak and kind of like pull it up so it's like sort of tied around his head, and then have his spider mask there, like ready to pull down.
No, oh, foolproof. We did it.
Yeah.
Okay. What could possibly go wrong?
I don't
Uh,
know. Nothing.
okay.
Like, I got gloves and like sleeves on, and I got this, so as long as they don't see my skin, I'm fine, right?
I'm not sure if it's that. I don't know how they're identifying because I'm assuming they didn't go after Harris. I didn't hear any, battle sounds or nothing. And both y'all's blue.
Hmm. Let me like see what else I have. Yeah, no, I really got nothing.
I guess we're just gonna do our
Uh,
best. Just try to like keep the hood up, and yeah, the spider mask is good.
do we have
Uh,
anything like sticky?
gloves or sticky fingers.
That's not helpful.
What do you want? You said sticky.
I
I didn't
mean,
know.
okay, fine. Just like pat my face down or something. I hate this.
This is not great for me.
Okay, and then he's gonna take out some of his incense and like grind it a little bit down and like make his face sparkly, I guess.
Make a disguise check.
What stat would you consider this?
Since this is not a disguise kit, this is deeply, deeply improvised. I'm gonna call this. I'll call it a charisma check.
Oh, cool. It's a 2.
Okay, noted. You're pretty confident that you've gotten rid of your obvious Genasi traits. With that said, do the two of you want to keep checking out this area and seeing what you can pilfer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You can either both roll me separate investigation checks, or one of you can roll with advantage, whatever you prefer.
Let's roll separate.
All right.
Okay.
Both of you make me investigation checks.
All right, that's a 17 here.
It is a 16 for me.
Okay. Utaka, as you mentioned earlier, you're just heading straight to the penthouse basically to try and get a vibe for what you're dealing with. Making your way up to the topmost floor, you find an ornate set of double doors, much more old-fashioned. Everything in this city, when it comes to the internal structure, has a very Art Nouveau-esque aesthetic to it, very like artsy. Both of you spot, however, that there is a thin, almost imperceptible wire going in front of the doorway, presumably some sort of trap. Since you rolled investigation already, I figured I would just give you that one. But yeah, so you see there's some kind of wire going in front of the door. You're not sure if it would open outwards or not, but probably just to quite literally trip up those who would not know to step over it. Utaka, are you willing to mess with the door, or do you not want to chance it with the wire there?
Yeah, I'm feeling lucky.
All right.
I was going to say, do you want me to handle the wire, or do you We got thieves' tools for a reason.
That's... yeah. Okay, fine. If you want to deal with that, I'll do the cool part.
All right.
Oh, okay. I'll do the lame part of not getting us murdered. That's oh, so lame. Oh, I hate this. Does sticky figures do anything for this? No, it's just sleight of hand. Okay.
All right. Graz, make me a thieves' tools check to try and disable the trap.
That is. What is the modifier for thieves' tools? Is that dexterity?
I believe, yeah, it's Dex, I believe.
Okay, it's an 18.
Okay. Utaka, as you start placing your hands on the ornate golden handles of the doorway to the penthouse, as you bend down and obviously knowing you can't just cut the wire, you trace it to its root, which appears to dig into a socket in the wall, and reach in and start to carefully fiddle with it before managing to sever it at the base, effectively uninstalling the wire trap rather than cutting it. And pulling it out, nothing shoots at you. You don't hear anything go off. It appears that you've disabled the wire, but you kind of spool it and put it to the side so that neither of you step on it by mistake. Utaka giving a firm push and pull on the doorway. It appears to be locked. However, you can see a equally ornate lock beneath the right door handle if you want to try and pick it.
Of course.
Maybe pick that lock for me.
I've still got advantage on this, as far as I know.
I'll say it's close to wearing off, but not quite yet.
Alright, so proficiency in Dex. So that's a 22.
Utaka reaching in with your lockpick. While the lock's design is something you're not familiar with, it's easy enough to adapt to, especially with no trap pressuring you. And as just about the time Graz is spooling up and putting the trap aside, you and manage to open up the penthouse. The two of you are immediately greeted with this luxurious, beautiful visage. You see velveteen carpeting, red velvet chairs in front of a fireplace that appears to long be inactive. A set of stairs goes up to a balcony that just overlooks the room and appears to be a cozy reading area surrounded by books. Candelabras decorate the area, although you notice the lights appear to not have a place to put the fire, so you can't imagine how they work. The room is dark at the moment, but you can already tell there is some valuables in here.
Alright, let's fucking turn this place. I say as I like scoop books into my bag.
Yeah, make sure you grab a couple from Melvin.
Yeah,
Griaz is not going to be so wet-banded about the whole thing. He's going to produce flame and just throw a fireball into the fireplace to try to illuminate the space. And then he's going to pop down his goggles and see if there is anything giving off any weirdness.
Okay.
So he's gonna true sight the area, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Graz, do me a favor, make me a perception check.
There we go. What is that? Perception plus 9, so that's an 18.
Okay. Griaz, as you're about to cast Produce Flame, you notice that it's not a familiar one to you, but the air has this kind of odd acridness to it. And while you don't recognize the smell, I will throw you a bone and say, given especially you come from a swampland, you would probably know that when the air smells funny, probably not the best idea to light a match.
Not good for fire, yeah, swamp gas, damn.
Again, the smell, it's not familiar to you, but it's this unusual kind of acrid odor. And I'll also say you start to notice this kind of like tightness in your chest. And you notice yourself almost like unconsciously taking in like really deep like breaths, as if you're like, it's not painful, but it's like it's that kind of pressure whenever, as if you're trying to breathe, but your body's struggling to take in enough air.
I don't like this. Utaka, are you getting a strangling, tightening feeling?
Am I?
Make a perception check. I'll give you advantage since Griaz is pointing it out to you.
With advantage, that is a 23.
Utaka, you are. And in fact, you're actually getting it a little bit worse than Griaz is. For you, it's actually becoming painful, and you can actually feel your concentration starting to slip a little bit. Not enough to break your concentration on the spell yet, but like that to that point where like you can feel yourself like you feel like if it goes on for much longer, you may pass out. It's this very like you're trying to breathe on a mountaintop.
So all this hit me really fast. I'm gonna cast Dispel Magic.
You cast Dispel Magic. Nothing appears to change.
I don't fucking like this.
I think it's maybe like poison or gas.
Here, open the door.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
open. I just don't think it's dissipating fast enough.
Here, I will cast Gust of Wind to move the air from in here out into the hallway to circulate the air.
Where are you positioning the gust, just out of curiosity?
I mean, I assume I'm stepping back a bit and...
Yeah, basically, is it near you, or are you putting it kind of away from you and Griaz?
Oh, I don't know how to answer this. The Gust of Wind originates... sorry, I don't mean... Do I mean? Yeah, Gust of Wind. Yeah, that's the right spell. It's a strong wind, 60 feet long. So I'm like by the door, but pointed out of the door and down the hallway, sort of.
Okay.
To like circulate the air.
Okay. As you throw open the door to do this, as you're casting your spell, you do notice that between the gust of wind and the door being open, your breathing does start to become easier. And how long does gust of wind last?
Up to a minute.
Okay. Your breathing does become easier, although Griaz being a little bit further from it, while your breathing does become less laborious, you are still struggling a little bit. It feels like it's still thin in here, but just now Utaka has thinned it less. You're basically both down to that kind of ambient, like kind of panting scale, but not to the level where you feel like you're going to pass out, at least as long as that wind is maintained.
I mean, go find some shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Shit. All right. Fine. Then yeah, he'll pop on the if he can breathe somewhat well, he'll pop on the goggles and just see if anything gives off an aura. And then I think he's really curious about who this place belongs to with all this weirdness going on.
And the goggles are on true sight mode, yes?
Yeah, so true sight, he's just trying to pick up like magical objects specifically and just give him a quick view. Just also see if there's maybe anybody in here.
Griaz, as you pull the goggles down over your eyes, you actually have to blink and like almost double check to make sure you're seeing it right. There doesn't appear to be anybody in here with you. However, the layout of the room is completely different. There's no balcony. It's like half the size of how it looks to you outside when you're not wearing the goggles. And while there is still like a bookshelf and like a nice looking chair and table, it looks less like a amazing, like luxurious villa and more like a relatively upper class, like CEO's office. Still nice, but not nearly as nice as you initially saw it as.
Okay, that's weird. Is otherwise see anybody or anything given?
Yeah, like I said, you don't see anything else, and Yeah, I read over what True Sight does. You don't see anything else that immediately jumps out to you. But yeah, it does catch you off guard that in with the goggles vision helping you, the room looks entirely different, way smaller and less impressive than you initially saw it as.
Like an illusory magic on it. Okay.
But you remember Utaka cast a spell magic just a moment ago.
Okay. All right. Then I think what he's going to do is he's just going to, with everything he grabbed, he will double check to see if it appears as valuable under True Sight as it does in his hands. But yeah, otherwise he'll grab books, silver stuff, just whatever looks valuable.
Okay.
And then also, yeah, if there's like anything that would indicate like a nameplate on a desk or like who does this place belong to, any clues towards that.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check. See what valuables you can get your hands on.
It's 14.
Okay. Looking around, it's this very interesting thing. Utaka, are you just gonna watch Griaz do this, or are you gonna do some digging around yourself?
I mean, I have a 60-foot long gust of wind coming from my hands
Okay.
for a minute, so I don't know how much help I'd be in there.
Okay. No, I was just confirming. So Utaka, able to maintain your concentration and the wind itself helping you kind of breathe more smoothly. You just watch Griaz, and from your perspective, Griaz goes around, seems to find like what appears to be a beautiful ceremonial sword that's like ancient, and slides it into their bag. Some coins that appear to be old and valuable, even some very nice looking wines from a wine cabinet, which, given how old this place is, that has to be a fine vintage. Griaz, for you, it's this odd sensation of basically flipping down the goggles, getting a completely different view of what you're doing. What Utaka sees as a beautiful ceremonial sword, when you flip down the goggles, you see this unusual thing, but you have enough experience from Nightmare to recognize a firearm when you see one. Although its design is different than the ones you recognize. It has this almost like smooth, almost plasticine design, and doesn't end out with a smooth barrel. Instead, it ends in this like these like hexagonal shapes that appear able to rotate. Looking it over, you're not sure how it works, but it looks interesting. What Utaka sees as you finding like all sorts of exotic old first and second age coinage, you do indeed find currency, but a lot of it's old and like, if not rusting, rotting away actively. However, I will say with your investigation check, you're able to find a good handful of them that are salvageable. And what Utaka sees as a fine wine, you pull from the desk of in the center of the room several vials that come with syringes, and you don't need to be an expert to know a drug when you see one. It has this strange, brilliant glow to it. It glows this beautiful crystalline blue when viewed under True Sight.
Alrighty. Then if he doesn't see anything else valuable, he'll kind of just motion to attack it and cut the wind and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, you're muted.
Yep, he will end the spell.
Okay. As you end the spell and the two of you start to make your way out. So, Griaz, you may just note down that you have for the sake of me remembering what it's referring to, you may note down that you have a blaster, 8 second age coins, and 3 syringes of a blue drug. But again, Utaka, from your perspective, Griaz found this like bejeweled old sword, like handfuls and handfuls of old gold, and a bunch of really fine vintage wines. As the two of you make your way back out into the hall, now that you know to look for it, you notice even here your breathing is getting thin. Again, it's not as bad as it was in that room, but it's still like, especially with the exhausting walk up here, there's still that element of breathing is becoming this like effort that you have to exert. You're muted again.
Let's head down and find where the walkways.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
All right. Geharis, Ivron, Israel. As the three of you are escorted by the automaton, again, you start to transition from the dwarfen occupied territories to a more densely packed part of the city where the buildings are more cramped, they're taller, they're darker and more imposing and ominous, and all friendly demeanor dwarves are replaced by the patrolling automatons. However, with the three of you being recognized guests, they occasionally will even, like Israel, you see one kind of look at you and give you a, before continuing on its patrol. And the automaton escorting you takes you into the dead center of the city, where you see that a skyscraper taller than all the others connects nearly from the bottom of the dome to its top. And this building has this kind of crystalline blue color to it, and you can see tubes and silos all jutting off of it, and surrounding this entire place is what appears to be a moat. And although looking into it, there doesn't appear to be water, it's just a sheer drop. But there is a metallic bridge connecting this factory to the mainland. And the automaton turns to the three of you, and this is where all of our research takes place.
Wonderful. Thank you for showing us here. Do you mind opening the door for us?
I understand that you are the repair team. Are you not here to repair the communication lines?
We are, but as indicated earlier, we are also here to ensure that the rest of the facility is upkept properly, as we have to attempt to diagnose why the communications is not working.
Make a deception check.
Sure. 17 plus 9, that's a 26.
The machine kind of tilts their head for a moment before. Understood. My mistake, Mr. Blackmont. Will the three of you please follow me? And the machine begins to walk across the metal bridge to the factory.
I'll follow. I like turn my back on it and give like a thumbs up, like.
The automaton takes you inside the factory. When they approach this massive industrial door, there doesn't appear to be a knob, a knocker, or anything, but the machine approaches a small green glass-looking thing to the right of it and presses their finger into a slot beneath it. And after a moment's pause, these massive doors begin to open, almost less like a door opening and more like a massive mouth beginning to open to swallow you whole. And this crystalline blue mist begins to seep out of it. The machine kind of, the light on the back of their head flicking on as they look, quote unquote, at you, as their head doesn't really move in that way. Please excuse any lingering odors. With experimentation being on temporary hiatus, we have been unfortunately neglecting the hygiene of the subjects.
That is perfectly all right. Have all subjects been kept alive? or are they in stasis?
As of today, our last census indicated that only 2 subjects remain living.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We are going to go in now. Please wait here in case we have any further needs to be met.
Make a persuasion check.
14 plus 9, that's a 24? 23?
Sheen thinks for a moment before. Understood. I will wait here. If you have any difficulties making it past security measures, please do not hesitate to inform me, Mr. Blackmont, Mr. Blackmont, Mrs. Israel.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna head inside.
Do the 2 of you follow?
Automaton unit, what is your name?
Name?
Designation.
Ah. I am the security automaton for Liberty. They simply refer to me as Liberty Automaton 13.
Good to know. But thank you, 13. And Ivron will follow behind.
The machine gives you a bow before turning away and simply waiting by the bridge as the 3 of you enter the factory. Israel?
As I am entering, I have pulled out, I believe, my wand of detect magic. And I would like to cast that before I step into the weird blue mist.
Israel, as you wave your wand and feedback begins to come towards you, you are baffled by the information you receive. Every inch of this facility is giving off magic. However, it's not magic in a school you recognize. It's not necromancy, chronomancy, pyromancy, and it's also not the Children of Red Sight sparking cultish eldritch magic that you've come to associate with your enemies. The best way I can describe the magic signals you get from the mist, from the walls, from everything within range of your spell is something akin to the feeling you get from your patron. The idea that this is something old, something ancient, this magic that isn't outside of comprehension but predates it, as if it's this primal, almost feral magic before magic was honed and refined into the forms we know it as in the Third Age. It is not necromancy. It is not chronomancy. It is not even Children of Red Sight cult magic. It is just magic in its purest, most raw, primal form.
Be careful casting anything in this. I'm not sure what it will do.
Wonderful. Wonderful. That's so reassuring, don't you think?
It's not deadly. This is all she offers with like a little shrug. She's like, eh.
Well, shall we go in? I'm certain that the 2 living test subjects will be so happy to see someone living.
What happens when they're not happy to see someone living?
Well, I suppose that depends on what they do when they're unhappy, yes?
I thought we were here to find Utaka. I did not think that we would stumble upon such abomination? Question mark.
Now that we're here, we can't ignore it.
Well, we dug ourselves pretty deep in here, eh? Repair team one.
What?
That was
Well,
great.
you know, it's not my fault that I wanted to go look at some interesting old ruins that we've never gotten to explore, and that there's certainly interesting things to discover here. I'm sorry that you don't have a sense of adventure, Ivron.
Less about searching old ruins and more about being imprisoned in them. At least that's the sense I'm getting. And is this hallway or area lit, or are we just floating around in crystalline blue mist?
It's mostly crystalline blue mist. However, you do notice that there are some lights under what appears to be a graded metallic floor. And looking down at it, you have the same thought that Utaka did. You initially think maybe it's fairy fire, the light spell, or something, or maybe lanterns, but you don't see any oil, you don't see any flame. And while Israel, you are getting magic, interestingly, the lights themselves aren't giving off any. Whatever the lights are, it's not magical, but it's not something you recognize either. But with that in mind, the hallway is lit dimly with this kind of turquoise fluorescent lighting, the kind of lighting you would get in like an old hospital. That kind of slightly greenish blue. It's very unsettling and uncomfortable. And between that and the kind of crystalline blue mist that if Geharis, you kind of experimentally give a, and you can actually see small shards of crystal get kind of dispersed with your breath.
So yeah, as this, I'm gonna follow them. We're gonna walk in, and I guess as they're walking, Israel will add. It feels like something raw. The best way to put it is like, well, my patron. It's of this world. It's not unnatural, but this doesn't feel like any of the magic we use these days. Almost like it's sharp. Unpredictable.
It's from an elder time. It was a great cataclysm, as they said. Before that, the world was different. Perhaps this is a remnant of that.
I have to agree. I think that perhaps being sheltered so far beneath the surface that some of the latent magical energies most likely have probably just stayed dormant.
I mean, they've been trapped here, but that's why I caution any use of magic. I'm not sure how it's going to react with what's already here.
Noted. Well, I'll go in first, I suppose.
All right. Geharis, sword and shield at the ready. Blade of the Fearless. And you fearlessly press deeper into the misty blue. Israel behind, Ivron taking up the rear. The three of you start making your way into the factory in the center of Liberty, this ancient facility that hoped to turn common people into sorcerers, and from the sounds of it, may have succeeded. And we're going to take a break.
Break, you say? Alright, well, we'll be back in 10 whole minutes, so don't go anywhere. If you do, I'll know, and I'll cry about it later. No, I'm just kidding. If you've got to go, you've got to go, but we'll be right back with some more D&D in 10 whole minutes. And I know in the past I have lied to you all, and we've been gone longer, shorter. You know, it'll be 10-ish minutes. Let's rephrase. See you in 10-ish minutes. Hello, everybody. We're back. I hope you didn't miss us, because I missed you so much. I was crying the entire time.
I was crying harder though.
That's a fact.
Are we ready to dive back in?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. When we left off, the party came down into the city that they now know to be called Liberty, built by an unknown empire in the Second Age as a research facility for creating sorcerers to use in their war against the Atlanteans and another faction that they've been referring to as Minotis. And meanwhile, Utaka and Griaz had some breathing troubles as they pilfered some supplies from the penthouse. While it wasn't as shiny as it initially looked, Griaz still did get a hold of some interesting trinkets that may pay off going forward. Meanwhile, the other three, Geharis, Avron, and Israel, are making their way into one such facility where supposedly 2 of the test subjects are still alive. And we'll pick up there. Utaka, Griaz. As the 2 of you make it back to the bottom, do you want to keep searching this place or just head back out and try and regroup with the others?
I did not want to go to the bottom. I wanted to head down to one of the lower levels where there was you said that there were multiple walkways
Yes.
going between the buildings.
Yes.
Yeah, so not heading all the way to the bottom, but heading to a walkway and
Okay.
then towards one of the larger buildings.
Okay. Noted. Griaz, are you good with that? All right.
Works.
All right, so heading down to a slightly lower floor, you're able to access a balcony that then in turn leads out onto one of the highways. And as you clamber onto the road and start heading down to try and find another snaking road down into into a nearby building, I will say, Griaz, you do catch with your uncanny perception. You do catch down the road in the center of the city. You can see what appears to be a large factory, and you can make out Geharis, Ivron, and Israel crossing the metallic bridge along with one of the automatons heading inside.
Okay. We'll just make a mental note of which way they're headed and just kind of point up to Ataka. Looks like they're fine. Totally
Yeah,
fine.
they're fine.
They're doing great.
They're doing great.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, so Taka just looking for a big and shiny building to plunder?
Making my way to the center of the city where you said the taller ones were, that were more guarded.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're still in that area, just like,
Yeah.
basically, like, I was making sure you weren't looking for anything specific, just whatever's big and shiny and plunderable.
I
Okay.
want to go to the tallest building. I am heading towards the tallest building. Or
Okay.
was this it?
Yeah, the factory is the tallest one.
Okay.
All right, making your way that way then. Because, yeah, the factory literally connects from the bottom all the way to the top of the dome and even outside of it slightly. So, all right, you can start making your way that way. Griaz, accompanying Utaka, you make it to the end of the road. Quite literally in this case. While the pathways are confusing and winding, you notice that all roads seem to lead here, quite literally. And the 2 of you kind of, again, crouching behind one of the stone barricades, look at the looming, intimidating, and quite smelly factory with an automaton standing guard on one side of the bridge.
All right. That thing you do where you like talk to your spirits and then we walk quieter. You want to do that?
Oh, yeah. I did not prepare that today because I was expecting to fight a dragon.
I'll okay. Just give me a minute. Look, Amphitrite, I know you probably really hate these people. So just like help us sneak around and fuck them up a little, okay? Yeah, please, yeah, and thank you. And I will cast Enhance ability on both of us at 3rd level to give us stealth.
Okay. All right. As you say your prayer, that same kind of cool feeling of water encompassing you overwhelms you, and the two of you now have advantage to stealth. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I think that worked. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I'll feel much more dexterous.
You're really looking at, like, have you been, like, practicing, like, your balance and stuff?
I've been just, zig and zag, that way they don't know which way you're going,
I think it's like when they zig, you zag.
Yeah. 100%. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, we gotta shut the fuck up now. Okay. You shh.
I'm shitting.
Both of you make me stealth checks.
Uh, 27.
Gris?
Oh, I clicked on mute. 22. Sorry.
Okay. The two of you watch for a minute or two as the automaton kind of ambiently patrols. And once you're at least confident that it's far enough away from the bridge to where if it turns and chases you, you can skitter away from it, the two of you, keeping low to the ground, sneak across the plaza, down the road, onto the bridge. Utaka kind of briefly looking over your shoulder. The automaton appears to have not noticed as the pair of you make your way across the bridge and begin to approach the factory. Again, there's that kind of ambiently acrid odor, which I will say, Griaz, you recognize as actually somewhat similar to the one you smelt in the penthouse. And while you don't have the detect magic that Israel has, you do also get that kind of air of like something is deeply off, magically speaking. Utaka, you feel it too. As you start to approach the facility, that cool feeling of water doesn't go away, but it kind of becomes less like you're soaking pleasantly and more like you're drowning, if you know what I mean. Like it suddenly gets way more intense and overwhelming. And Guriaz, that your natural connection to the swamp, which already had not exactly been at its peak down here, suddenly comes back in full force. You almost feel like if you were to close your eyes, you would feel like you were right back in the swamp with how intense your connection to nature is right now.
Why is it so... Utaka's gonna grab part of his cloak and like put it to his mouth and just kind of breathe through that, see if that makes it at all.
It doesn't make the feeling go away, and it doesn't. You're not breathing heavily yet that you've noticed, but this sensation is new. But Griaz does recognize the smell as being similar. Do the two of you want to do anything, or just head on in?
Let's get inside before we talk.
You know what? Just give me a minute. Utaka's going to open up his bag and guide with his hand out a floating bubble of water. Which he's gonna like guide onto his head. And like 2 big thumbs up.
Okay. And that is the bubble of breathing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything from you, Griaz, or are you just gonna head in before?
No, I can't fishbowl myself. So.
Okay. Just double checking to make sure the breathing bubble, make sure how it interacts here. Okay. All right. Utaka, you cover your head, and immediately the sensation of drowning is still present, like on your skin. Again, that just kind of you feel like you're deep underwater, but your breathing instantly becomes way clearer, and suddenly you feel much more focused. And you didn't realize it yourself, but this whole time you were kind of drifting, losing focus. You suddenly feel much clearer, as if the whole last like hour or two of being down here was a complete blur until just now.
I want to give a worried glance towards Griaz, but then kind of shrug and let's keep going.
Okay.
I'm sure he's fine.
The three of you are up a little bit further ahead, so we'll start with you. Geharis, Ivron, Israel. The three of you make your way down the long hallway. You see before you this stretch of mechanical catwalk, and beneath it all is what appears to be simple maintenance tunnel, not that different from a sewer, which you've seen a sewer before, but you notice that the flooring has this, Israel, as you kind of squint a little bit to see through the blue mist, you see that the whole floor is bubbling with this kind of crystalline looking blue liquid. Ivron, as you kind of curiously, like not touching it, but just kind of waving a hand over part of where it's exposed from the grating, your hand actually feels like kind of warm and unsettlingly itchy, almost like your skin's breaking out just from being near this stuff. And Israel, as you kind of take in a deep, you can feel your throat kind of scratch a little bit, almost as if the shards of the crystal in the air are like tearing at your throat on a very small nerve level.
I wouldn't breathe too deeply here.
I'm gonna open my bag and grab some cloth and cover my mouth and nose and pass some cloth and like rip it towards Ivron and Israel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Harris, roll me a d20.
Sure. 18. With nothing added, because I don't know what you want.
Geharis, as you go to do this, you pull out the cloth and start getting ready to tear it, pass it around, and tie it to yourself. Israel, you and Ifron just stare at Geharis in shock. From your perspective, Geharis unsheaths his blade of the Fearless and presses the tip of it against his stomach and looks like he's about to start jabbing before Geharis, you suddenly kind of shake your head almost to clear it, and you realize you'd been holding your breath without realizing it, and you see you're holding your sword, not the cloth you thought you were holding.
All right, then I sheath my blade and I do what I meant to do.
Yeah. Geharis, you tear and pass.
Is the entire floor covered with this liquid goop?
The actual floor of the tunnel is covered, but the metallic catwalk you're walking is suspended above it. So you don't have to step in it unless you fall over the side. And even then, it's not like a sheer drop. It's just that you would land in this stuff.
Right. Feels incredibly safe suspended above.
I'm going to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'd like to keep an eye around for anything that may be valuable or interesting, or if we can catch a sight of any of the subjects.
Okay.
Ivron, for his part, will keep an eye out for, I guess, lettering, words, books, maybe something to help them understand what's going on around them, records, so to speak.
While they're looking for that, I am looking for threats, A. And B, I'm like keeping just like a sense on the magic around here. Maybe not necessarily the detect magic sort of sense, but definitely just my own arcane senses, trying to keep in tune with whatever the hell the magic's doing. And I also wanted to ask the question, since Griaz feels closer to nature, and you said this felt sort of like pact magic, do I feel any closer to my patron being here, or does this feel like this might be a place that slides close to my patron's realm at all? Like, how does that interact here?
Indeed. The sensation for you is more subtle. It's something you associate with a place rather than a sensation, but you realize that part of that scratching you're feeling at your throat isn't the air, it's autumn chill. And I will say, with it being now acknowledged, Geharis and Ivron being paladins, it's more subtle for you, but you can feel your arms where your oath is carved burning. Not painfully, but enough to get your attention. And all five of you have the same kind of instinctual sense as people who are used to casting spells, all of you. Your magic feels like it's bursting. Like, normally, if you were to normally cast a spell, it feels like a very simple letting process. A quick jab, some of it leaks, and then you close the wound. Here, it's like the magic has escalated into a boil, where the slightest poke will pop it.
And it'll gush out like
Yeah.
a fucking geyser. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Cool.
All the sensations you guys associate with your magic, the oaths on your arm, the water of Amphitrite's embrace, the smells and sensations of the swamp, and even the clawing, trailing of fingers of a unseelie patron. Those sensations are magnified and echoed. And between that and it's really, you start to notice that you're having a little bit of trouble breathing. And you have to, similar to Geharis, you're having to kind of fight to keep your focus. But the three of you press on. All three of you make me perception checks for the things you wanted to look for.
Nat 20 plus 2, 22.
Nice.
Also a nat 20.
Look at you guys.
23.
Not a nat 20, but a 24.
We were so close.
All right.
We're also on edge, Matt. It's authentic.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Geharis, looking for interesting things. This hallway itself is relatively empty and sparse. However, you do see a vault door similar to the one to get into this dome in the first place at the end of it. And you notice, looking for just interesting things, that the liquid that's pooling beneath you, at the edges, it's crystallizing. And you can actually see it visibly happening. But you notice, kind of with a little bit of interest, that where a crystal starts to form, it hardens before it breaks and more of that liquid pulls out, almost like it crystallizes, but then when the crystal breaks, it doubles in magnitude. This like self-replicating bacteria of a liquid pooling beneath your feet. However, the crystals themselves do look solid enough to grab if you want to do that. Okay. All right. Ivron looking for lettering. You don't see much on the hall itself. However, you do see two, although you can't read what they say. You see a message on the right side of the hall about midway through and one above the vault door. However, again, you cannot read what language they're written in. And you've yet to identify what language is spoken down here.
Does it look like the message is purposely there, like to the design of the building, or like?
Yeah, it looks like it's carved. Like,
okay.
While you in character would not recognize this, we in the real life would recognize this as the kind of stamping lettering you would see for a factory.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, it looks intentional.
All right.
And no, you first, Israel. Go ahead.
Okay. Question. I have seen this lettering, if not here, somewhere else, right?
I don't believe so. Make me an intelligence check to see if you can recognize. Are you trying to identify the language?
I'm just wondering if I have noticed this wording and if it is in a language maybe I speak that the others do not, because I don't know if anyone ever checked.
It's not in a language you speak, but make me an intelligence check to see if you can identify it.
Cool. We'll see.
Yeah, I went ahead and just
shit! That's a 20, not 20 with a plus. What's my intelligence modifier? 1. 21.
Israel, this is the closest look you've gotten at the script used down here, and you kind of dust off part of it that's stamped into the side of the tunnel. And you realize that it does look a little bit familiar to you. It takes you a minute to remember it. And while you don't speak this language, you have at least seen it enough times over the course of this adventure to identify it visually. This language is Undercommon, albeit it appears to be a very archaic version of it. So it's basically in like old Latin Undercommon, essentially. You can at least recognize Undercommon script, but you can't read it fluently, and even if you could, you're actually not even certain someone who could read Undercommon could read this, at least not very well. With your earlier nat 20, I will say you pick up 2 things. You are not alone in this factory. There are voices. They sound female from the sounds of it, way up ahead of you. You can just make out the echoes of feminine voices making it down to where you guys are, presumably making it through layers of walls. You're only just making out the echoes. You can't identify more than the fact that it's women speaking. You also identify a pair of footsteps coming up the hall behind you.
All right, in the order that I noticed these things. So as I'm looking at the writing, I squint and I go, I think this is some kind of Undercommon. But it's so old, I don't know. And then I sort of pause and I tilt my head. And first I look ahead. And then more alarmedly, I look behind. And I say, voices ahead, female, the prisoners, but footsteps. And I look back behind us.
Ron draws his great sword, prepares himself for battle.
I'll go check on the prisoners. You two take a look at whoever's coming behind us. Last I remember, the automatons don't have feet.
So, Harris, you're going to crack open the vault door and keep going forward?
Yes.
All right, roll me a strength check.
Sure. 16 plus 4, dirty 20.
Okay. Harris, you crank the vault door loudly, and you have to kind of shoulder check it open as this thing is rusted bad, and make your way further into the factory, while Israel, with Ivron at your side, drawing the weapon.
Rough guess, how long does it look like this doorway has not been used?
Make a investigation check.
19 plus, I think it's a 2. Let's see. Investigation, yeah, 21.
From the looks of it, it's been used, but the crank, because the crank gave way when you touched it, it was mostly getting the door physically open that was the problem. You get the impression the door's been opened, otherwise it would have been a lot harder. Likely the automatons or potentially even the prisoners have been using the doors, but the facility itself is so old that the place is just physically starting to become dilapidated.
Okay, yeah. For some reason I was like, have these people been just trapped in here for this entire time and just like living off magic? Sorry, okay. So then the door opens, I'll shove it to the side. I'll be right back. I hope.
If you don't, I'm holding it against you as she's getting her short bow ready and stepping slightly behind Everon, sort of, and looking, behind them.
Be not too long, brother.
I shan't be long. I think it's better that we get out of here as quickly as possible. And down I go. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay.
That's the sound of my feet on the
Jeremy.
catwalk.
Will you do me a big favor and roll me a D100?
Yes, I will do such a thing.
I heard this is how we get a free wish spell.
All right, that is an 81.
Okay. Okay. Ivron, sword at the ready. Israel with your bow. The two of you wait. Utaka, Griaz. The two of you kind of creeping forward through the factory hall. Eventually, through the blue mist, you're able to make out two figures who are armed. However, both remembering, and I'll say Griaz in particular, remembering what happened to you visually in that room in the penthouse, you take a deep breath and keep your eyes open, and the mist clears to reveal Israel and Ivron standing there. Ivron and Israel, you are both able to recognize Utaka and Griaz.
Pull my mask down, and I'm like,
And she was, oh my god, thank God.
And Ivron lowers his blade and goes to hug the two.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness you're all right. Thank goodness you're found. Oh,
no,
Griaz,
I gotta take this off. Let me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Pulls the.
Yeah, I found him.
Israel
He was
instead
fine.
passes him a cloth to tie around his face, noting that hers and Ivron's are also like that.
Utaka's like, no, and he guides the water bubble back onto his head.
It's
No.
a spider mask in a water bubble. Okay, yeah.
Be honest.
It's like that Pokemon, Araquanid.
Oh. And then Israel, realizing something, is tugs Griaz very gently. Come here. And she's gonna show him the writing. Can you read any of that?
Matt, can I read any of that?
And you read Undercommon.
No, well, this has been the weird kind of thing with Undercommon is we have kind of played with Undercommon is like Goblin is a dialect of Undercommon.
Essentially, yes, but basically, can you read Undercommon as a language? Because
That specific language, no.
Yeah.
I got Goblin, Common, Thieves' Cant, and Druidic.
So yeah, basically, if you want, you can make a check to try and make out, like, for instance, individual words that would have led to, like, for instance, Goblic dialect. But yeah, you can't. Basically, I can't put a book of Undercommon in front of you, and Griaz cannot read it perfectly fluently. Although he
It's
could
like
pick
reading
up, like,
Old English. To
yes,
English.
exactly.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Then yeah, I would like to parse out as much as I potentially could.
Make an intelligence check.
Oh, that's not great. Why is my intelligence that high? Oh, that's just my saving throw. Never mind. Yeah, it's only a 9.
You recognize it as Undercommon, but it's complete gobbledygook. Not only are you not fluent in the language to begin with, it's similar to Israel. You can immediately tell it's archaic.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Otherwell. I got nothing on this one. It's Undercommon, and nope. Mm-mm.
Yeah, she just passively. It's about what I got from it.
Yep.
That's what I figured. Anyway, Gaharis is ahead. We heard there were prisoners in here. They've been experimenting on people, trying to
Made
make
Gaharis into a head?
Gaharis went ahead.
Yep. Sorry.
So while they're doing that, can I go like behind the boys up front?
Since fight's not breaking out, Gaharis isn't going to be that far ahead unless he's like sprinting for it. So.
I mean, I think I explicitly said I am hustling.
Oh,
And I
fair.
did the
All right. In that
That was
case,
my exact sound effect.
all right. So in that case, you don't see Gaharis, but you do see Ivron lingering by the door. Do you want to just wait by him? Or do you want to head on ahead?
Though you definitely hear the sound of Gaharis, a 6'2" tiefling in solid plate mail, just
Yeah, no, I'm running. I want to see what he's gonna find.
Oh no.
I'm gonna be like, hey, bye.
Yeah, and then Israel's like, all right, I guess
Chase.
we're going. Come on.
We're chasing.
And as we jog now, Israel gives Griaz the lowdown. They're prisoners here. They've been experimenting on people, trying to make them magic. This shit is like raw magic. Wouldn't advise casting. It's probably not going to go well, or will be much different than intended. Yeah, she just sort of leaves it at that.
Did we discern whether Yao was with us? I forget.
Yeah, we established Yao was with you, and
Okay.
we've also established the automatons don't have any issue with animals being here, so.
Right. Yao will stay by the vault door that we just walked through.
Okay.
Israel, that is deeply fascinating. I feel much better about what I'm about to tell you next. Utaka and I went a thieving, as we are wont to do, as is our predator.
Israel is not looking anyway surprised by this information.
It's all right. We are the scorpion to
You don't
this
have to
frog.
justify yourselves to me.
It's
All
our
right, what'd you
nature.
find?
Yeah, I know. I'm getting weirdly defensive about this. Anyway, broke into a penthouse, deeply illusory type magic that was not dispelled by a dispel magic. The room looked completely different, and the stuff in it looked completely different. I got it in my bag. I'm not pulling it out right now because I don't know what it's. A sword is not a sword, and some wine is probably drugs. Which wine is drugs? Wine is drugs? Rectangles or squares? No, reverse that. Anyway, yeah, no, but there was we couldn't breathe in there. It's kind of like what it is right now, and you're saying that's magic, and that is deeply upsetting.
Magic's too weird. The magic is too weird. That's
but
it.
But Utaka did cast spell magic and gust of wind. We didn't have anything too negative there, but I can tell it's different here. So,
were they stronger?
I didn't notice.
It might be
spell
different
magic didn't
here.
do anything, and the gust of wind at least let us breathe a little bit. It's almost like it's a gas.
Here specifically, there's just a lot of it. Not like in the rest of this place. So it might be different here. Just be cautious.
Sounds good.
So I expect that Ivron and Utaka are ahead of us. I guess me and Griaz are bringing up the rear. Yao's back at the door. Harris is well ahead.
All right. Harris, with your earlier perception. So basically, are you just going to keep running until you see something that definitely holds your attention?
Yeah.
All right.
Unless there is something clearly super special, rare, and expensive. The prisoners. Or something like research journals that are clearly journals.
Okay.
And documentation. Otherwise, there's not any specific thing I would stop for.
Okay. In that case, so what I'm basically going to do is I'll just basically do a quick thing of every room you enter, and then you tell me where you want to go next or if you want to stop.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yes.
All right. Opening the vault door, just steaming ahead.
I'm already in the next building.
You find yourself in a simple rectangular room that appears to be basically the equivalent of a lobby. There's nothing really in here that you can see at a glance. Door ahead of you, 2 doors to the right.
Rectangular or square?
Rectangular. The 2 doors to your right have vault cranks on them. The one directly ahead of you just has a simple latch.
All right. So the door to the left and the right have latches or have vaults. And
it's 2 doors to the right.
Okay. I am going to. Can I see through any of the doors?
No, it's pure metal.
Awesome. All right. We're gonna go through the left door.
So the right one closest to you?
Yeah.
All right. Strength check.
Sweet. All right. 18 plus 4, 22.
All right. You give a shoulder check it open. You find yourself in a pure metal rectangular room again. However, this time there's actually some stuff immediately around you. See a set of stairs to your right that go up and turn a corner to the right out of your field of view. And to your left, nestled in the kind of nook where the staircase stops, basically, you know what I mean? Nestled in that nook, you see an odd looking thing that you can't make heads or tails of. It appears to be a glass thing of some kind, like a glass window encased completely by metal.
To look out into the water?
You want to approach it and find out?
Do I hear... Oh, okay. Do I hear any of the voices now that I have moved further down this way, away from my party?
Make a perception check.
Okay. That is a 13 plus 3, I think. Yeah. So 16.
Okay. Garrus, you do hear the voices. Israel was right, they're female. But it's not what you expected. Given that you're looking for prisoners, you expected maybe some hushed conversation of some kind, perhaps even like, you know, screaming, begging, something.
No, I assume that whatever expectations I would have going in here, I have 0.
Yeah.
Harris
No.
literally is not expecting anything. Harris is like, they're just as likely to be monsters and attack me as they are to be in need of rescue.
You hear these female voices not screaming, not begging, not even talking. They're singing. From the sounds of it, there's at least 2 of them. The voices have a strange quality to them that you can't quite place. It's a familiar, unusual quality, but you can't identify it off the top of your head. But they're just kind of doing this disjointed tune that almost like they're singing a poem to each other. One will sing one half, and then the other will pick up with the second.
Do I understand the language?
You do. They're speaking in common.
This is the time we've been waiting for. It's taken us so many years, but now we get Matt to sing for us.
I'm not going to sing.
3
But
years in, it's finally paying off.
I will tell you what the lyrics
Okay.
of what they're singing.
Fair trade.
When you enter the room, the first thing you hear. They walk within the castle fair, those whose fates do spin. And then the second one responds. They fear the star, the wheel, and death, but not what lurks within. The faithful watch the wheel to see which way he'll turn. They fear the world they live within, but not the one they'll earn. The devil leads with grace and fear. His voice will rend the land. The Hierophant will someday near draw their sword and make their stand. The Empress wants for peace, but that is far away. The Priestess wants for power, but must be kept at bay. They gather round with eyes all gleaming, unknowing and afraid. The mind unwinds, but crueler kinds would all fail and be swayed. Temperance is on the run, their lands the wheel will mar. The magician with all grace and skill could never cleanse the scar. Like death they watch, a coiled serpent, poised and stooped to strike. And yet they fear the voice in stone and forget how they're alike. The wheel is spinning for the star, what was and is and will. But I won't fear what comes so near, and soon all will be still.
Definitely not foreboding at all.
Do you have this written up? And
Yeah.
if so, could you drop it in our Discord? So I
Yes.
could-
Absolutely, I can.
Do
Oh,
better.
Sweet.
Yes.
Because I would be writing it down, but I can't write that fast and
Yeah.
listen.
That was
No worries.
beautiful.
I'm going to head in the direction of the voices. And I'm going to
I
call
like
out. And I'll
Can I
call
slam
out.
into him from behind?
You just
Is that okay with you? Is that okay with you, Garrus?
Yeah. I'm a solid brick wall. It's gonna hurt Utaka far more than it's gonna hurt me.
All right. Yeah, Gaharris, as you're just sitting there listening to this foreboding poem, you feel a Utaka bang into you. And Utaka, by this point, I'll say they're getting to the second set of stanzas. So Gaharris, right whenever they're saying the priestess wants for power but must be kept at bay, Utaka bangs into your back.
Hello, Utaka. I'm just listening to the singing.
Uh,
And then I was going to find them. They are prisoners. Well,
he will guide the floating bubble of water that's around his head off of his head. Can you breathe? Are you okay?
I am perfectly fine. Actually, I'm gonna look at my hands. Am I glowing? Am I a real boy?
Garrus, roll me a D100.
Oh, why would you do this to me, Matt? Alright. Where's my D100 at? Okay.
How often do you get to roll one?
I know, almost never.
Looking gets close enough.
That is a... I don't even know what the symbol is. Oh, that must be a 0. So, 40 even.
Gaharris, you feel fine.
Sweet, I don't have 2 tails, I think. Shall we continue further? I don't think it's good to breathe this stuff. I will be entirely honest with you, and I think the longer I'm out here...
Why are they singing about us?
Oh, absolutely, actually.
But why?
Well, the magic in this room is really old, so I'm assuming that whatever old magic is here, they may have some... I don't understand magic. I'm not even going to try and explain it to you, because I don't get it. I'm going to start running now. You can follow me if you want. There's like 2 other doors that I haven't checked, and there's that weird thing in the corner, and I'll point at the little mirror, the little like glass thing, and a pair of stairs.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go.
Wonderful.
All right. And Ivron, you said you were heading on ahead with Israel and Griaz as well?
Yeah, well, Ivron kind of chased after Utaka as soon as Utaka
All right.
bolted, but I would say that, yeah, he probably stopped to take in his surroundings as there were multiple doors. He's like, I can't believe Gaharris skipped this one. This is a good-looking door. Like, why would he do such a thing?
So, yeah, in that case, Ivron, with Israel and Griaz behind you, you step out into that first corridor that Gaharris entered into. You see the 1 vault door where, I'll say, given that they haven't gone in yet, you can see Gaharris and Utaka in the doorway, but there's the other vault door on Gaharris's left, and the latch door just directly ahead of you.
Ivron will check the door to the left.
Maybe a strength check to try and get it open.
Oh boy. First strength check. That is 16.
All right. And roll me a D100.
Oh boy. Who's to say what's gonna happen? That is a 68.
Ivron, it takes you a bit of struggle, which it doesn't feel like it'd be that heavy to lift, but you find yourself like kind of almost panting and like having to force yourself to get the vault open. But eventually you get it to spin and give an exhausted shoulder check to get it open and kind of stumble in. And you see Gaharris on your right. This door appears to just lead into the same room. However, your view of Gaharris is hazy and flickering. You feel like you just ran a marathon.
Do we hear the door open?
Yeah, you hear the door open on your left, and Ivron steps through, but he looks exhausted, and he's like clutching at his chest and clearly struggling for breath.
Hello, Ivron, you look like shit.
Hello, brother. Did you see this door yet? It's heavy.
I've opened 2 of them.
Oh my God!
so
How
far,
could you?
but
How could you open two of them?
do you need me to carry you, brother?
Well, it might be due to my lasting injuries from the fake dragon, but I just need to rest here. And everyone will just sit down on the floor.
Do I get the sense that that's necessarily beneficial for Ivron?
In what sense?
Like, if he sits down here, do I get the sense that he is going to stay here and not be able to leave?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, come on, Matt! I don't know magic.
I guess I'll throw in though if there's puddles of this.
No,
raw
by this
magic.
point, the flooring is becoming solid.
Okay.
All right.
If there is any beneath you, you can't see it anymore.
With, that's a 5 plus 2, which is 7.
He should be fine.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you need to take a nap, I wouldn't recommend a nap, brother, but you probably could sit here for a little bit.
No nap. Just got the wind knocked out of me. By a door of all things.
I'm going to follow the voices.
Yeah, they were singing about us. I think.
I mean, it's not every day that someone sings about us.
I'm assuming.
I mean, you
Ivron-
got 12 gold. You could just like pay someone to come around and, if you want.
That gives me a brilliant idea, honestly. Next time I'm in town,
Oh.
I might do that.
All right, let's go. Ivron, you're coming, right? You're not just gonna stay there.
Yeah. I'm coming. I've got my breath. And he uses his sword to lift himself up.
Hey, you
But
don't
treasure's
gotta-
on.
Israel, Griaz, anything specific from the two of you, or are you just going to follow behind?
Israel seems to sort of tense up as she really like concentrates on hearing the song. I presume they're on loop at this point. Maybe, I don't know.
Not quite. By the time you guys show up, they're getting to the Like Death They Watch stanza onward, and once that ends, they're kind of quiet for a little bit. But you can still hear them. They're not talking anymore, but you can hear the very occasional. This just kind of ambient.
God, not two more
giggling.
of them. Shrieks. Anyway, that was not in character. Oh no,
Yeah.
two more of them. But like, Israel is listening to the ominous thing. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that.
More of that. Sears. Same words.
Here, let me just. I can breathe at least. Let me just go ahead a little, see what I see, and then I'll wave you forward. Yeah.
Me
That's
or
fine.
Ivron?
I just
Isn't it the last time you left us? You almost could have been killed by some sort of Atlantean-hating war machine.
I don't know what you're talking about. See, I'm fine.
I think that we should all go in together because we are a collective team. And if anything happens, then we'll all be there to help.
All right.
As they say,
speaking of,
teamwork.
none of us have rested since encountering the dragon that was not a dragon, so just putting that out there.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Did you use a lot of your spells in that fight? Yes, you did.
A handful, yeah.
Yeah. I'm quite up and at them, as they say. I could swing my
No
sword
one
all
says
day.
that. No one says that.
No one says that?
No.
Everyone, is that true?
You're like a little old.
I'm like 27.
Yeah, a little old.
Actually, let me check my character sheet.
I'm pretty sure we are. They're like the same age. They spent 20 years in
Yeah.
Squire.
All right.
Page.
Yeah. I had to double check. It's been a while since I looked at the document. Well, regardless, talking and wasting time in this fog is probably not beneficial. I still only have one tail, right?
Hold on, let me check with the
Yeah.
goggles. And I'll pop the goggles down and see how many tails he has.
Yeah, he's just got the one.
Horns the same? Teeth?
I'm gonna flip my dagger of blindsight around. Do I sense anything that isn't what I see?
As you twirl your dagger between your fingers and focus on the blind sight it gives you, nothing appears out of place. Although, roll me a d100.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Nothing of concern here. Not one concern was
Matt's just
had.
making us roll for shits and giggles. There's no actual effect.
87.
Yeah, everything seems to be on the up and up.
All I was saying is let's just not get into any undue trouble. I think we've done enough of that for today. So
Well, that sounds perfect for me. Do I often get in trouble? Well, besides the point, before anyone has a chance to answer, I go to the door that leads to the voices. I'm going to start opening it.
I mean, if we want to cause trouble,
So you're going up the stairs then?
Oh, yes.
I think it might make my goddess happy. Don't think she likes that.
All right. As you guys start to follow behind Kaharis, at this point, the voices begin to sing the song again. Although this time you notice their orders of speaking appear to be reversed. And one of them appears almost surprised whenever they break out with the first stanza and kind of gives a and starts to return with their half of it. So now all of you get the poem in its full.
Yeah, Israel has tensed.
As you guys go up the staircase and round the rightmost corner, you find yourself looking down a long, massive corridor, bigger than any of the others you've seen so far here. And on the leftmost side of it are 3 doors, not latches, not vaults, cages. Although they hang open loosely, either broken or in disrepair. And the voices appear to be coming out, one out of the closest to your left and one out of the furthest to your left. Them just constantly trading off doing this poem. And by the time you guys have taken all this in, they've reached the last line and fall silent again. But you can hear 2 what sound like young girls kind of.
Do they look like young girls?
You haven't seen what's in the cages yet.
Oh, God.
How far are the cages?
Yeah.
The closest one to your left is about 15 feet ahead of you.
Are they
Is
held up
Ron
by,
Lee
like, a chain?
You see the cage door, it just dangles open loosely.
Okay.
Devron will use divine sense to sense if there's any celestial fiend or undead, and whether or not they're good or evil.
Putting out your divine sense, a couple interesting things happen.
Oh, no.
Firstly, your divine sense, it tells you good or evil and celestial fiends or fae. You do not get any of those blips. So whatever is in here, it doesn't apply to that. However, Ivron, I know I'm asking this a lot. Would you please roll me a d20? Or d100, sorry.
That one is a 73.
All right. Ivron, your divine sense extends. And while, again, you have that kind of odd sensation, you initially think everything seems to have gone off without a hitch, albeit you don't detect anything. But you realize that you don't have that same sort of brief wave of tiredness you feel from extending that ability. You use divine sense successfully, but you do not use up the ability charge.
Oh. Cool beans.
You feel almost invigorated. To use that metaphor I used earlier of like all of your magics feel like boils ready to burst, you feel like you just let a little bit leak out. The boil's not gone, but it's smaller now, and you feel a little more alert and aware of what you're doing.
Noted. I think with that as well, I guess if that thought might come into his mind, he will attempt to use lay on hands and heal himself for the remaining portion of his health.
Roll me D100.
While he's doing that, I'm going to move to the far cage.
Okay.
That one is a 74.
All right. Ivron, you press your hands to your chest and start to cast lay on hands. And as you heal yourself back up to full, and you kind of look at your fingers curiously, still glowing and glowing brightly in the magical air, you healed yourself, but you didn't use up your lay on hands charges. It's as if you got the benefit from it, but without exhausting yourself at all. And again, you have that kind of like, like now your heart's starting to beat and you're starting to like breathe. You feel like as if you're letting out more and more like infected blood from that boil, and like you feel sensation starting to return to your fingers. It's this invigorating, like great feeling.
Relaying this to the rest of the party, Ron would state, I think using your magic here is safe. Leastways, I feel more attentive and invigorated.
Safe, huh?
Indeed, I don't feel, I guess, tired in the way that I usually would, expending I almost said spell, expending a spell.
Well, brother, we still don't know the long-lasting effects. What happens if once we get out of this, all of the cumulative expenditures catch up to us at once?
That is a possibility, but to be honest, I wasn't my full self. I never healed myself fully from that last battle.
Well, when I offered, you said keep it.
Indeed, I thought Utaka might be in harm, or rather, more likely.
I'm fine.
I see that now, and I'm thankful for that, but
Well,
we weren't sure.
Regardless, hello, my name is Garrett Harris, and there's Blackmont. We have come to check in on you.
All right, you said you're heading to the far cage?
Yes.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Ron will have this to the nearest one.
All right, so Ivron to the leftmost one, Utaka going with Gaharis, Israel.
I am staying back to have both cages in view, and I'm just watching those creepy little magic ladies like a hawk.
All right.
We're sort of standing ready. I have not yet put away my bow. It's still just there.
All right, and Griaz, what are you doing?
I look a little tense.
If Utaka's going with Gaharis, Griaz will go with Ivron.
Okay. The two pairs at the different cage doors have essentially a very similar view. You see a massive cell, definitely one meant for a good number of people. And in the center of it all, surrounded by various puddles of what looks to be black liquid of some kind and some crystalline blue, you see what appears to be a small machine of some kind. It has this kind of ovular but angular shape to it. The best comparison you can make is those strange vehicles you saw in Nightmare. But rather than the wheels on the bottom, they have these like treads that completely encircle them. And affixed to the top is what appears to be a latched, like something you would pull, like a trap door. And mounted on top of that is what appears to be a somewhat small but no less deadly looking ballista. And Gaharis, as you speak up, the one in your cage, the ballista completely turns all around before you hear a voice speak up. Hello? Who is there? What? I. And the voice falls silent, and you notice the ballista now turns completely towards you, fixed firmly. And you hear a new voice pipe up. There are no experiments. We are nowhere. She is safe. She is happy. Make an insight check. Going off of nothing but audio, the voice does appear to believe what it's saying. However, from your experiences in Nightmare, you are at least decently capable of recognizing a purely mechanical voice. The voice you heard earlier was organic. So that was probably the person. What you're hearing now is the machine. However, it, as far as you can tell, believes what it is saying and just does not want you to bring those subjects up where she can hear you.
By define parameters of what qualifies happiness?
No pain, no sadness,
Is that it?
no fear.
You forgot freedom? That is a very important one.
She cannot go free.
Reasoning? What reasoning do you have that she cannot go free?
Make a persuasion check.
Sure. That is a 13 plus 9 for a 22.
The machine kind of jolts, and you can hear this like mechanical clanking before it starts to like wheel towards you slowly and somewhat threateningly. It's not a huge machine, but this is still a relatively small tank. And the machine voice belts out, "Without me, they cannot survive. Removing her would destroy her. Her mind would fracture and her body would fail."
How long has she been in here?
The machine pauses and considers for a long moment before. 13 years.
Who selected this specimen for the experiment? Was it automated, or was this a researcher?
The machine pauses in consideration before. A researcher was continuing our studies. The side effects took hold, and she had to be granted a shell.
I see, and the name of the researcher?
At this, the machine pauses notably, but after a bit of consideration, Dr. Buckler.
I see. Oh, by the way, Gaharis Blackmont, repair team. A pleasure.
What do you want?
I'm just, investigating the root problems of the lack of communication with this facility.
Do not involve her in your investigation.
Please, if you can, please provide my team with all relevant details of, or direct us to all relevant details to the studies that have been conducted here. And we will trouble your ward, no more.
Research facilities are upstairs.
Then I look to the rest of my team. Do any of you have any questions for this, so delightful little pointy boy?
How long do these specimens have to live?
With us, they will never die. We grant them life and happiness until our wiring dies and our machinery collapses, and they will die in peace, knowing that they were loved.
Ivron's face, for once, I think, contorts in disgust as this thing explains this to him, and gives Gaharis a look like, I want him to be killed. But he stays his hand.
Israel does not look too different from Ivron, but she sort of has that sort of closed off look of like getting the sinking feeling she's going to have to leave that robot running because the girls otherwise have no chance, or they get to, kill children. That's great. Fantastic. And then also just like a ruminating thoughtfulness as she sort of just looks toward the door and looks to leave the prisoner room. She seems distinctly uncomfortable remaining here.
All right, there's a door at the end of the corridor.
Are we leaving them here like this?
There is some information above and give us some insight on how to alleviate the situation.
Israel's boots sort of thunk, 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 thunk. She's at the door looking up and down the hallway again, sort of waiting there at the doorway for the others to sort of catch up.
Gaharis, at this point, the machine you were talking to treads away from you into the corner of the cell and begins to kind of gently sway side to side. And you're wondering what it's doing initially, but you realize it's rocking the young girl inside. And, is everything okay, Dad? And the machine responds in a much more low, quiet tone than when it spoke to you. The mechanical voice, still artificial and stale, but deep and more expressive. Everything's okay. Sing me your song. And you hear a small giggle from inside the machine. Okay, Papa. And the girl starts to sing the poem again. As the machine gently rocks her to sleep.
I will offer a nod and head towards the stairs to go upstairs. Looking at Ivron, like, I definitely give Ivron the look of, like, if you need to, if a fight happens, I'll back you up, like, but not initiating combat. At least not right now.
I'd say Ivron just stares painfully. And after a few moments, does follow his brother upstairs.
Give Grias a weird look.
Yeah, they'll just talk back and forth and looks. What the hell was that?
Some fucked up shit.
Right? Hey, you remember that whole triangles and squares? No, rectangles and squares? Damn, I'm sorry. This is a weird look I'm giving you right now.
Really complicated.
It's so specific. Okay. Israel pulling the latch on the door leading out from here. And the thought occurs to you that while the doors leading out into the city were bolted shut, these doors, the ones closest to the prisoners, are freely accessible. And you understand now why. They never needed to worry about someone trying to escape. They can't. And even if they could, She sounds happy. She doesn't want to leave. But you doubt she has any true idea what's going on. She seems unaware of her surroundings. And even though she talked to Gaheris mere minutes ago, she does not mention him again as the machine rocks her to sleep, as if she's completely forgotten that Gaheris was even there.
Would I recognize that what they said and sort of how they were was very reminiscent of the artist, who I think referred to herself as the star?
Yes, she did. And make me an insight check.
Cool. All right, let's see. 12 plus. Yeah, 14.
They don't sound, because the artist would typically talk in just riddles and nonsense. She was seeing, or they were seeing all potential timelines at once, and it was causing confusion and difficulty focusing. The way these girls are talking sounds familiar to you too, but in a much more mundane, horrifying way. They don't sound like they're seeing the future. They don't even sound like they're crazy. They sound like they're calm, unnaturally so. You can't see what the inside of these machines look like, but you're getting a sneaking suspicion of what it must. A bed with this girl strapped down in it and pumping her full of mind-altering drugs to keep her happy. And you realize now what those unfamiliar fluids pooling beneath the machine must be. If the machine is telling the truth, which Gaheris you estimate they seem to be, or at least seem to believe they are, these girls cannot physically leave the tank without succumbing to whatever illnesses or mutations these experiments induced in them. And the machine simply keeps them in a drugged up state of calm and happiness until the machine, eons from now, finally breaks down and the girl passes peacefully, drugged out of her mind too much to comprehend what's happening to her. Potentially millions of years from now, if the machine is being honest about its capabilities.
I mean, also, they're like 19-ish by now, if they've been in there 13 years. Probably, maybe.
The mutations could have stunted their growth. Who knows how
Nobody
old
knows.
these girls are?
Yeah.
We
but
already
yeah,
know that
I'm just gonna
the
head upstairs.
automaton from before confirmed that while the women sustained the magic always eventually kills the subjects.
Yeah,
Probably what they're suffering from an advanced stage of whatever it is, the trying to reject the magic, and in so doing, it's gonna kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna head upstairs and see if I can find Buckler's research, because...
Yeah, Israel is gonna follow. She just looks grim and holds herself stiffly as she just follows Gaheris, quick and sort of quiet. That sort of snap to it, brisk walk.
Let's stick with Ibron and make sure he stays upright.
Same.
Okay. Taka and Griaz, the two of you follow behind Ivron, who seems a bit more alert now, as mentioned, but you want to be careful. And Gaheris, you and Israel go quietly together as the party proceeds through the door. Through the door, you find yourself in what appears to be a curving, rounding hallway. Again, this is a very modern building design. There is a door directly ahead of you. However, you also notice two more to the right, one of which is bolted. So two unbolted, one forward, one to the right, and one that is and one to the right that is bolted shut.
Well, which door do you think we should go through?
There's a door to the left and the right, did you say, or?
One forward and two to the right, one of which, the furthest up to the right corner, is bolted shut with one of those vault cranks.
Mm. And the others are latched?
Yeah.
Try the bolted one, then we try the other two.
Sounds wonderful. I'll head over to the bolted one and start crank. I'm assuming you want a strength saving throw?
Just strength check. Yeah, but yes.
All right.
Now you're getting it.
Yes, I am. That's a 14 plus 5 for a 19.
Okay. This one doesn't take too much effort. You and you all head into the next room. Find yourself in yet another hallway with a set of stairs going down, going up to the left. However, first, some distinguishing features. This room has a distinct odor to it immediately. The vault was sealing it, most of it in, and the air, again, has this kind of choking sensation to it. You all struggle to put your finger on exactly what it is you're smelling, but Griaz, being very naturalistic and having experience with the smells, you are the first to identify it. What you're smelling is a vile combination of choking smoke and blood.
I'm gonna put the water back on my head.
Is it like poisonous smoke or like that acrid level or more like char?
Like char.
Okay.
To put it into, again, real world terms, what you're basically smelling is the residue of an ancient running coal engine that's basically been chugging in this airtight space for potentially hundreds of years, and you just opened it up and all of that built up smoke just that doesn't explain the blood though.
Well, if I can make out the blood, can I?
I'll make me a survival check.
I don't. That's not one.
Yeah, you're too busy
Wow,
choking
okay.
That
You're too busy
liquid that's
choking
in
on
my
the smoke.
body never smelled it.
But
I think
rolled a
Griaz would-
natural 20. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say Griaz at least would make a comment if he's smelling blood in an area. Make note of it.
So 27.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say, Israel, you recognize it too. The smell of burning pit coal and the smell of dried blood.
Close the
Ugh.
door.
Yeah, if y'all got an extra cloth or something, just cover your nose. It's not good to be breathing this stuff straight.
There's something. There's blood in there. She's not having a great time. She got like a whole face full of that, and her throat was already itchy.
Do you think that that's where they burned the bodies?
I mean, if they did, there wouldn't be blood. And it smells very old. It's possible, but I don't know, maybe we should check it out.
Well, feel free. I'm going to try the other two doors. In the meantime,
Okay.
All right. Utaka, what are you doing?
I will get all stealthy like, and check out the very stinky room.
Okay.
My water bubble over my head so I
Yep.
can breathe.
Yeah,
Okay.
Israel feels like the people who can breathe in there, they go investigate that. I cannot.
Okay.
So I won't.
Okay. So Utaka heading in, Israel staying where you are. Avron, what are you doing?
Everyone will follow Gaharis, looking very disconnected from the whole situation at the moment.
Okay. And Griaz, what are you doing?
I think he's gonna go and investigate with Utaka. Trying to think of something here. Is it particularly cold where we are?
It's just kind of ambiently cool.
Okay. I think he's gonna bring Junior out and it's gonna try to we're gonna try something here. Junior buddy, I want you to try to make something you ain't necessarily seen before, and it's more about function than form. So what I want you to do is I'm gonna wrap you kind of around the lower part of my face so that you can breathe for me. Because I think you're a little bit better at this, breathing in this kind of stuff than I am. I want you to kind of recycle it so that I got something to breathe. Does that make sense? You able to do something like that?
The mimic just kind of tilts their head at you, seeming like they're listening, albeit like not. You don't necessarily get the sense that they completely understand what you're asking for, but they seem like they're willing to try.
Yeah, like a rebreather, like a gas mask sort of. These are just words to you. Let's give it a shot. Don't eat my face. Love you.
Let me roll an intelligence check for Junior. All right. Junior kind of cautiously latches onto your face, and for the moment, you are breathing fine.
Going well. All right.
All right, so Utaka and Griaz heading into Stinky Room, Gaharis and Ivron checking out the other doors, and Israel staying by the Stinky Room door?
No, she's sort of drifting around behind Ivron and Gaharis.
Okay. So Gaharis, Ivron, and Israel. Like I said, there's two other doors, one to the right of this one, and one to the left that was directly ahead of the door you came in through.
I'm going to go to the one that's directly in front.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the other door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ivron will back up Israel, I think.
Okay. Gaharis. Opening up the door. Again, it's a latch, easy enough to do. You see, it appears to be a staircase going up. Are you willing to head up the stairs and look around? You know, I didn't want to be like, oh, as soon as you walk in, a thing happens. And you're like, oh, I didn't want to walk in yet. Okay. Heading up the stairs then. You find yourself in a square, again, kind of bland looking room. However, you do notice a couple interesting things. At the opposite end of the room is another staircase going up. You're starting to understand how this is the tallest building in the city. However, there is something in this room that catches your attention as being kind of odd. You see a massive metal box that's built inside of a tube that connects to the ceiling and floor. And next to it is what appears to be a bit of metal built into the wall with several buttons on it in a language you can't read.
All right. Yeah, my initial response was just hit all the buttons. Which
You want to do that?
No, Matt.
Okay.
No, that was my initial response.
Okay.
I eye this thing that I clearly don't understand. I am going to go, I'll be back in a bit, and I'm going to run all the way back out to our guide droid, and I'm going to bring them all the way in to this to read it out loud to me.
Okay, that's going to take you a bit, so we'll
That's
come back
fine.
to you.
You know, at least I'll know what I'm looking at.
All right. Israel.
Maybe you are in another room. Maybe I won't see you. You're also covered up. You'll be fine, I'm sure. I'm sure it's fine.
Israel and Ivron. Opening up this room, you get hit. Again, this room was just kind of pleasantly cool earlier. Israel, as you open the door and Ivron behind you, you both immediately get blasted with this wave of intense heat. It's not like so overwhelming that it like burns you, but it's like a sauna. It's incredibly hot. And looking through, it appears to be a very simple, very small room with a vault door on one side, but you do notice what you would recognize from your Adventures in Nightmare as an air vent towards the floor on the left side.
Another door. Allow me.
Mhm.
Nevron will go to open the vault door.
And I look
Check.
at the air vent.
All right.
Is it
Okay.
so we haven't gone up or down yet, except for Gaharis. Gaharis went up. And then
You
went
are
down.
current. You guys did go upstairs to get here,
Right,
so
okay.
you are currently on the second floor.
Where, based on I guess my sense of direction, would I know or do I recognize what might be under here or what section might be underneath where the air vent goes to?
Given that you don't know the infrastructure of a building like this, you're not positive, but I would allow you to make a perception check to try and hear through the vent to see if you can pick up anything useful.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. I'm going to investigate the air vent while Ivron opens the door. All right.
Ivron's strength check was 21.
Okay.
And do you want me to roll a D100?
No, I'll tell you when I need you to roll one. Thank you, though.
That's a 14 for perception.
Okay. Israel, Ivron, you're able to start cranking the thing with no problem, and you actually don't even lose your breath this time. Israel, as much as you can over Ivron cranking the vault, you listen through the vent, and you're able to hear the acoustic echoing of this very odd set of sounds. You'll hear this, and then followed by a almost like the hiss, and then something powers up, powers down, and then the hiss reactivates it. It's complete gobbledygook to you, but that's what you hear.
Does it sound mechanical?
Yes,
is
I
it
will say
clearly mechanical sound? Okay.
It's way too uniform and repetitive to not be mechanical.
Let's go. Huh. And I just straighten up. And I go and look at what everyone's open there.
Ivron, as you turn the vault and push the door open, you see a much bigger room now, and again that sauna-esque heat only gets more cloying. You can both feel your sinuses immediately just. You see stairs going up, but more interestingly, you see this massive machine built into the wall. And Israel, this appears to be what was creating the noise. As you watch as some of the pipes lining the wall will occasionally let out belts of steam, and then the machine will and you notice every time it starts to vibrate and shake, the light in the room gets a little bit more intense before dimming a bit again.
Perhaps this contributes to the power source?
I think so.
I mean, I only understand warfare mechanisms, but I don't know. Are there any buttons on it?
Make an investigation check.
If he does go to touch buttons, I want to smack his hands away.
Noted.
No, Ivron would never. That's very much more a Gaharis thing to do.
Exactly, but she just doesn't know how much Gaharis will sink through at any given time because they are brothers. Sometimes Ivron gets these urges.
Better safe than sorry.
And she's got to remind him, no, wait, you're Ivron. Remember.
Investigation is 14.
You see a grated kind of grilled door on the front. And there are a few valves and buttons, although you cannot for the life of you fathom what they do. However, I will say the very basic principle is actually not completely foreign to the Hell Knights. You are familiar with the very, very basic concept of a boiler. Although for it to be running this long without getting fuel, you cannot imagine what it's using as a power source. And I would like both of you to roll me D100s, please.
16?
Okay.
All right. So, all zeros is 100, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I got a 100.
Okay.
Never rolled that in my life. So I did not know. I've never seen that.
We're going to swiftly understand if low numbers or high numbers are good.
Yes, we are.
Israel. Ivron, ignore what I'm about to say. This does not apply to you.
Oh, no.
Israel, you start to hear this loud, startling banging, as if fists are banging against the grate of the boiler, and you hear this agonized scream of someone being burned alive, and you see charred, burning fingers grip the bars of the boiler. Let me out! Let me out, please! And they bang and scream against the grating of the boiler. Aaron, you see nothing.
Question,
How
was
could
that
you sit there and tell me?
common or a different language?
This was in common.
Okay. Yeah, you see Israel like stumble back looking shocked at the engine, and then she just like presses her hands against her ears like she is experiencing pain, and she looks like horrified looking at the machine.
Ivron, you notice, looking at Israel concerned, I presume, you notice Israel's breathing is ragged. Like every breath is like an intense struggle to try and take in like as much air as possible. You've only seen people breathe that heavily and desperately when they've either run a very intense exercise regimen or they're on a mountaintop and oxygen is getting thin.
If Ron will back into Israel and what's wrong? And I think he'll try to cast lesser restoration on her to see if maybe that might alleviate whatever it is that she's feeling.
Both of you roll me D100s again.
That is an 81.
What
Okay.
the fuck? I also rolled an 81.
Hey!
Noise. I'd feel so bad if I killed you.
Less than a 1% chance of that.
Israel, you feel Ivron grab you. Ivron, you cast Lesser Restoration. Not only does the spell appear to go through, you don't lose a spell slot. Israel, your heart begins to settle, and you look to Ivron, and you look back to the boiler. All evidence that what just happened is completely gone.
I thought there was a thing, a person, and they were on fire and they were screaming and they were trapped.
It's this goddamn place. We should not linger here.
Yeah, I don't think if this place just runs the whole place, then I don't think anything that we're looking for is here. It's goddamn hot. Ugh.
You said there were stairs?
Yeah, there's stairs going up.
Should we go up the stairs then?
Sure. Just out of here.
Okay.
Careful on the door. It could be hot.
The two of you start heading up the stairs. Butaka, Griez. The two of you start making your way down the kind of choking blood and smoke fumes. However, it is starting to dissipate now that the door's open, so the smoke has somewhere to go. But as you make it down the hall and to that set of stairs going down, I presume you head down them without issue. Heading down the stairs, you find yourself in a small rectangular hall, although no door at the end. However, there is a bolted one on the left side. However, that's not what catches your attention most immediately. What you do notice is a massive window to your left side. And taking a glance through it, you see on the other side of that door, this window appearing to lead inside, is a massive linoleum tiled, perfectly cubed room. And in the center of it all is what appears to be a chair, but it's like bolted to the ground, and you can see like chains and cuffs dangling from its arms. The kind of chair you would use to restrain someone rather than allow them to relax. There's another matching window on the opposite side of that one. And through that window, you can see what appears to be a massive tubular room with some kind of machinery whirring in it. You can hear the hum of it from here, but you can't see what's happening in it from this room. But there's some kind of machinery 2 rooms down that you can see through these windows, where some kind of machinery is active and running, but you don't know what.
So this linoleum room with the torture chair, is that the only thing in the room?
Well, it's not even in this room, it's through the bolted door, but
Oh.
yes, that's the only thing you can immediately spot. And I will say, as you kind of look to it, there's quite a bit of blood, and you notice more of that blue crystalline material. However, the blood and crystal both appear very old.
And sorry.
No, go ahead.
So the room we're in, then, are there any objects in here, or is it just the windows?
It appears to just be the window and the vaulted shut door, at least at a look. This appears to be an area where people would observe what's happening in this linoleum room.
I want to mess with that door then.
Okay.
So strength check.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 17.
Okay. Giving it a heave and a... You crank it and pull the door open. Both of you roll me D100s, please.
$92.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if there's a 9 or a 6. It would have to be a 9. Okay. 96.
Again?
We didn't get exactly the same, but it's so ridiculous.
Yeah. As the two of you, rather as Griaz, you open the door, but Utake, you're standing nearby. Both of you get this wave of like itchy uncomfortableness all over your body. Utaka, that feeling you have in this facility of feeling like your whole body's underwater suddenly intensifies even stronger. And Griaz, again, it's that sense where if you close your eyes, you would not be able to distinguish that you're not in a swamp with how tightly connected you are to the Black Swamp right now. Both of your magics kick into intense, overwhelming overdrive. And I need to pull up your character sheets for this next part, actually. Utaka, I'm going to need you to roll me another D100, and Griaz, you're going to roll me. Oh no, yeah, I'm aware of the junior gas mask. That doesn't affect this.
Oh, I was just.
Oh no, the
posting
image. That's what it looks like.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's horrifying. I love it.
Yeah, both of you D100s, please.
8. So with my 2 scores combined, that's a 100, right?
I
56.
think that's how math works.
So with my scores combined, it's a lot more than 100.
So really, we win. Right? That's how you win D&D.
Congrats.
You
Griaz,
you
can you
add
get
the math rocks together.
Griaz, can you give me yours again?
56.
And that's how our cleric and our druid became first level fighters.
Hey, I got those levels in Rogue. That just doesn't go away, you know? We're just very subpar rogues now.
That one
As
was fixed, right?
as the two of you open the door, Griaz, being as perceptive as you are, you realize something that you hadn't looked very carefully in the next room, other than a glance at what might have been in it. You realize it wasn't linoleum you were looking at. Remember how I mentioned in that first tunnel that wherever the liquid blue goes, it crystallizes and then bursts and expands? The entire room, floor, wall, ceiling, is covered in this stuff. And as the two of you get overwhelmed with that like itchy feeling, both of you feel like you want to vomit. And Utaka, you actually do just immediately throw up. However, what comes out of your mouth is not vomit. Utaka, against your will, you cast Fog Cloud.
Vomit in the bubble? Oh no.
As Utaka, your bubble head immediately fills with this intense, thick fog. And
I don't
Griaz,
think I have that spell though.
I'm looking at your character sheet.
Yeah, but we traded that for Find Familiar. I just
Oh.
can't remove it.
Indeed. All right, in that case, I will keep the vomiting though.
Yeah, no, by all means.
Do you remove your bubble?
God, yeah, I guess. Just in a sputter, just throw it to the ground and watch it burst there.
Yeah, Utaka, you take your bubble off and pop the bubble as the whole room fills with a deep fog, and your face is in agony, and you're just clutching at it. And you look to Griaz, who seems to be in equal agony. As Griaz, you almost instinctively huddle to the ground, as you both can see what's happening to each other, but you guys individually can only feel it. Griaz, Utaka, you can see that Griaz, these sharp-looking ice platings are spiking out of Griaz's back like an icicle stegosaurus. And you can see Griaz's blood trailing down his back, which then immediately freezes, creating this a weaving pattern of frozen blood and icicle plates. As Griaz, you uncontrollably cast Ice Knife repeatedly on yourself. And Utaka, Griaz, as you're able to just blearily through the pain look at Utaka, who seems to be in equal agony, Utaka looks like they're about to be sick, as half of their face appears to be being slowly overwhelmed by a very familiar obsidian-colored chitin. Almost like Utaka's being split down the middle, and the right side is becoming more scorpion than Genasi.
Can I scream as a free action?
You can absolutely scream as a free action.
Just in agony.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh fuck. Okay, this is the opposite of what is good. And I don't know if this is gonna make it better or worse, but hey, because Griaz's biggest worry right now is, hey, ice knives also explode on impact. So in a moment of desperation, he's gonna take out one of those blue syringes and inject himself.
Griaz,
Mystery drugs.
Griaz, you pull one of the shining blue syringes and just hazily, blindly through the pain and stab yourself in the arm and just inject it. And Utaka, you watch as Griaz's veins and eyes literally flicker crystalline blue before the ice knives begin to retract into his back, although the wounds remain. Griaz, you fall to the floor on the verge of passing out. Utaka is still screaming in agony as their face is slowly eaten away by scorpion chitin.
I mean, I don't know if I'm watching much of anything.
Fair.
Yeah, on the verge of passing out. Can I try to inject Utaka?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You inject Utaka, and Utaka, the pain starts to recede as you watch as the chitin cracks before tumbling to the floor, much like Utaka's spider mask would. Just half of scorpion face just chilling on the ground like it's supposed to be there. And you look and you can see the bits of icicle that had come out of your back that had broken just on the floor where you had been laying just moments before.
Mystery drugs. Katie Brown.
Thank fuck for drugs.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh man, I get to miss all of the emotional trauma of the party. Just
I mean, you might get to be mentally traumatized, whatever it is you find. I don't know.
hey, I always have a blast watching everyone suffer. So this is.
So you guys enjoying
good
the
for me.
secret facility?
Yeah. So I'll go last. So how about you guys tell me 3 things? Who are you? Where can we find you? And what projects do you have going on? Or I'll go second to last. No, I go last. Matt goes second to last.
Okay.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Kari. I played Israel, the half-elf Fae-Pack Warlock today, and you know what? You can find me every other Tuesday in Anarian's Rest playing the Tiefling Wizard, Karis, where we are also handling just revelations after revelations. I'm trapped in a mirror. It's great. You should see it. There's definitely emotional trauma going on. Just more of that. We know you all love to see it. As for any other projects, I'm making a tablecloth, but I don't think that counts. But yeah, you can find me here, or you can find me on Guild Wars, as it notes in the chat. Like, hit me up for some stuff. I don't know. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, sure, I'll go. Hi everybody, I'm Derek Sword. Most of my projects are on hold right now, but hey, if you want to find me and any of the stuff that I do, the best place is Twitter at dsword16. As I mentioned, projects are on hold, but there's a lot of stuff that you can still kind of see that's just out there in VODs and podcasts and everything else. There's the first season of Horizon's Call, which can be found on YouTube and also on Twitch on Eva Sariot's channel for both. There is the podcast Monster Crush that I do with my friend Heavenly, where we talk about monsters and cryptids and all sorts of things like that, and how smoochable they are. And that's wherever podcasts are found, and hopefully some new episodes coming up here in 2022. For the meantime, as far as actual plays go and streams, you can find me here on Graham Cracker's channel every other Tuesday for Shards of Anarian, along with the incredible Pharaoh and Graham, of course, as GM. And then, as always, here Fridays for Goldshine Investigation Agency. I believe that is it right now. Hopefully, I'll have more stuff coming down the pipeline soon, but real life stuff takes precedence. That's it for me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and you can find me on various social media platforms under the handle name Dane Darkstride. However, there's not a whole lot going on there. There hasn't been a whole lot going on there for quite a while, as I have a lot going on in my personal life. But I do hope that you enjoyed tonight's episode. I know I certainly did. You can find me here every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Graham Cracker's exclusive content and nowhere else. I hope to see you again next week, and have a good night.
Hey guys, it's Pharaoh checking in at the end of the night. I played Utaka today. You can find me every other Tuesday on the Shards of Anarian game, as Derek mentioned before, where I play Sinadar Stottermain, a Leonin, Warlock, Paladin, and yes, I have a multi-classing problem. Other than that, you can find me on Twitter at Ferocious, as spelled in the chat. And as far as other projects, I should be getting some new little rat babies soon, so be excited for me. That's all. Off to you, Matt.
That's me. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone who wasn't the party and our favorite little demon paladin. I was robots. I was the hazards of nuclear waste. I was the abused, drugged out children. I was a lot of things. If you want to see more of this world that the party is slowly seeing the darkness of, check out my Monday and Tuesday games streamed on the Odd Tornado Productions YouTube channel and uploaded on, or Twitch channel and uploaded onto the YouTube channel in case you miss it. My Monday game, Under Locks and Keys, featuring a party of globetrotting treasure hunters gathering the artifacts of the gods in hopes of unlocking what is either a valuable treasure or a curse that'll end the world, one of the two. And Tuesday of Black Ink and Blue Blood, featuring a party of politicians and nobles unraveling a political conspiracy that threatens to destroy their homeland if they can just stop stabbing each other in the back long enough to actually do that. Um, and if you want to see more of my writing without nat 20s and D100s to worry about, check out my webtoon Undercommon on Webtoon and Tapas. Undercommon featuring one of the first goblins in this setting to ever become an adventurer for real. If there's anything else I missed, you can find it on Odd Tornado Productions Official on Tumblr, where we have links to everything, including this channel and the videos for it. I'm actually wearing this shirt for the stream, as always, so that's about it for me.
Pshaw, like, dudes and dudettes, what's up? Like, my name is Graham, and I play, well, tonight I, like, played Gaheris and Nero's Blackmont. Like, your tiefling, Oath of Conquest, bruh. Anyways, like, wow, the looks of disgust I am getting is just defeating this. Like, if you like with this, you should definitely, catch me on the flip, which is, like, every Tuesday, where I DM 2 campaigns. It's like Shards of Anarin and Anarin's Rest. Like, how much time with friends can you have, really? Like, there's never enough time for friends. But, like...
You could have less.
I've never been more convinced that you've never even seen a skateboard.
Like, Bodango, my dude. Okay. Yeah, so you can find me here every Tuesday where I DM 2 campaigns, Shards of Anarin and Anarin's Rest, with a whole bunch of friends. You know, usually it's me making them cry or them making me cry. We usually trade on and off. It's happened about even now. But outside of that, you can find me here every Friday playing as Gaheris Nervos, and on Mondays where I will play some sort of game, whether it is Hunt Showdown or a game with friends, because on this channel at Graham Crackers, we are all about enjoying memories with your friends. And, you know, because friends make the world go round, and why do something if it's not to make memories that you're going to be able to look back on when you are substantially more miserable than now? Man, I should really work on my pitch. But, speaking of projects, more interesting. In the next 2 weeks, we will be opening up casting for the 2022 year. Now, can someone ask me, what are we doing in the 2022 year? 2022?
What are we doing in 2022, Graham?
What are we doing in 2022, bruh?
I'm so glad you asked.
Tell me all about it, broski.
No problem, bruh. So, we are opening up casting for additional DMs on the channel. Are you looking to stream a game and make new friends on the internet? Well, we are going to be opening up auditions. So maybe you can, you know, share some stories with us and make lifelong friends, like all those you see around us at the moment. But we will also be opening up 2 weeks later our casting for players. So if you are interested in maybe playing a game with me or some of the faces around me, then check out my Twitter, which is at GrahamCrackers1, and I should have the postings there and listed on my profile. Outside there, you can find me on Discord, in a lot of Discords. Namely, to say the least, the Free Forge Discord. If you want to hang out with the fam jam, that's the place to go. It's a great community for both TTRPGs and just hanging out and having good vibes. Or you can find me around on the internet. I won't tell you where because that would take away all of the fun. Now back to you, Tom. But that's always how I feel like when you do a sign off. It's like you're like.
I feel like you should have said.
I should have started with that bit.
You should have said like now back to you, Tom, and then hit end stream.
Oh, that would have been clever. If only there had been a streamer named Tom that I had set up rating, would have been pivotal. But thank you everyone for joining us. It is an absolute delight to spend time with you and to share our stories with you. I hope that each and every one of you have a wonderful weekend, and we will catch you soon. May not be next Tuesday or Monday or next Friday, but you always have a place here with us, and we love you regardless. So until next time, I bid you the fondest of farewells and the most heartfelt of love. From me and everyone, bye for now.